The following is a presentation of Flow Sports.
Racing the way it's meant to be all season long. 2 divisions, nearly 3,000 laps of the closest, toughest short track racing you'll see anywhere. Every pass, every fender rub, every bump and run, every emotion. Winners race here and stars are born here. This is pure stock car racing. It's the Z-Max Cars Tour, and it's next right here on FloRacing.
Fans here in the Music City have waited a long time for this, and we have as well. And we are so glad to finally say in 2026, welcome to the Nashville Fairgrounds for the Tootsie's Cars Tour Music City Showdown, live here in Nashville, Tennessee. And thank you for spending your Saturday afternoon and evening with us on FloRacing here for the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. Blake McCandless, that's Eric Brennan. We'll have James Pike covering all the stories down trackside. And Eric, what a unique weekend that we have set up for us here. And really 2 distinct, very different races that we're going to see. Again, late model stock cars have barely raced here since 2004. Hardly any experience on that side, but then you look at the Pro Late models, a ton of drivers who call this racetrack home that have run Pro Late models, Super Late models, straight rail chassis races at this racetrack. So 2 very distinct races that I think fans get to enjoy tonight.
Yeah, I think the only experience you'll find for some of our late model stock car competitors here may have been on the inner oval when they ran legend cars. I mean, that's pretty much the only notebook that they have to go off of, but it's not relevant to this nearly just over a half-mile oval at all. The water cooler talk, or should I say the Broadway talk, all over the last few days, for some the last week, has been about what could we expect to see. And on the late model stock side, as you said, Blake, nobody knows. And that's why this place is going to be packed. And that's why everyone's joining us to see how the night unfolds.
Again, 31 of these teams showed up to this racetrack. Hardly any of them had any notes. Hardly anybody in the late model stock car field has run at this racetrack. There are a few exceptions. And, of course, we'll get into that throughout the course of the afternoon. As you can see, all the cars lining up in the Pro Late models and late model stock cars as they get set to go for Heat Wave Visual Pole Award qualifying and Mahle Motorsport Pole Award qualifying. Will start with the Pro Late models and beautiful weather that we've had all weekend long here at Nashville Fairgrounds. It's 80 degrees, cloudy weather. The sun was out. The fans are nice and in the shade here at this racetrack as well, but going to be hot and slick for these drivers to try to get around this place.
And that temperature is going to linger right up until we get to and into race time. Now, speaking of race time, here is what the docket looks like. We are the only show in town right now. It is going to be just a strictly Cars Tour night here at the historic Nashville Fairgrounds. As Blake mentioned, we'll kick it off with a Mahle Pole Award qualifying for the pros. A little less than about 7 minutes from now. Late model stocks will follow. Driver introductions at approximately 6:30 p.m. Again, all of these times are central, local to the racetrack. Pre-race ceremonies about 10 minutes shy at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. And the first green flag of the night for the Tootsie's Cars Tour Music City Showdown will fly at 7 p.m. Central Time for the Pro Late models, their second race of the season. And the late model stocks will run their 3rd race of 2026 for 125 laps to close out the night.
39 Pro Late models set to go to the clock. 31 late model stock cars entering today. We're looking to do the same as well. As we are, again, Eric, I think we have to address something pretty significant that happened not only as a lingover from Wake County Speedway, but also early in this week was the announcement after Wake County that Doug Barnes Jr. had been suspended from competing here at Nashville Fairgrounds. He appealed that decision after this incident that you can see right here at Wake County Speedway between he and Minnie Tyrell, who were battling for the race lead for a handful of laps. There had been a little bit of contact, and then you can see it all starts right here in 3 and 4.
Yeah, Minnie tries to give him the business right up on the door of Barnes. The car was not able to maintain speed after all the damage that it sustained on the back end. Doug took exception to that going into turn 1, and there's Minnie going around, and that was the call for the suspension that Doug appealed and was overturned over the course of the last week, but he is at a bit of a deficit as far as how his weekend has unfolded. For more, we'll welcome in the 3rd member of our broadcast team, James Pike, who is standing by with Doug Barnes Jr.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Blake. It's been a whirlwind of a week for Doug Barnes. He initially thought he wasn't going to be racing here this weekend, and then he found out that he was, but he wasn't able to participate in practice yesterday. Had to watch it just like the rest of us. So, Doug, what did you learn in practice yesterday, and what did you learn in practice today to try and get ready for this?
I feel like I learned a lot more yesterday than I did today, because I feel like today more than anything else I'm in my own head. I thought I picked up on everybody's lift points where they're braking. I talked to a lot of the drivers, tried to get as prepared as possible, watched some races last night, some in-cars that I could find online, and then, I went out here today, and we're just not fast. It is what it is, to be expected, behind the 8 ball. No matter how much I hyped myself up last night thinking that I could come out here and put it in the top 5 in the first practice, I was wrong. But 125 laps is a long time, so it's not saying that we can't do it by the end of tonight. We're just trying our best. We got to get the load numbers and everything right. So that was our whole first practice, and the second practice was just getting me up to speed. And quite frankly, I'm just not quite there yet.
The good news for Doug Barnes is that even though he doesn't have the track time that everybody else does, nobody really has a notebook here. First time for the late model stock cars at the Fairgrounds. So Doug Barnes is going to try and take advantage of that to work through the field later tonight.
Running this race, no notebook for this team heading in, or really any of these teams heading in. So setting the ride heights, which is very important here. Just all those little things that these teams figure out when they got here on Thursday to test, then go through Friday practice. He didn't get the opportunity to do it.
We'll step aside. When we come back, we will set the field for the Tootsie's Music City Showdown in Nashville.
We get closer to qualifying for the Tootsie's Music City Showdown here from Nashville, Tennessee. As we mentioned earlier, it'll be the Pro Late models that get to the Mahle Motorsport Pole Award. Many drivers making their ZMAX Cars Tour Pro Late model debut in this race as the drivers continue to get ready. Let's toss it down trackside and see what James Pike has for us. What do you have, James?
I've got our standings and our first look at the 2026 FloRacing Fieldmaster Award. Now, for those unfamiliar with this is an award that tracks the number of passes that drivers make during a race. Doesn't matter where you start, it's where you end up getting stuff done and how many cars you pass. So Lapsevich, Quapple, Clay Jones, a lot of drivers who had some good runs up at the top of the late model stock board of the pro late models. Really, really good runs for Dylan Garner, Chase Burgesson, Colton Hale the first two races. The more drivers you pass, the higher you get on this leaderboard. That's the story.
Thanks, Pike. And we've got our full field of pro late model competitors where those numbers are certainly going to shift in terms of the FloRacing Fieldmaster opportunities for the pro late model competitors as we see the first car on the racetrack from Male Pole Award qualifying for the pros in the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. This is the Rhett Jones Racing Port City race car number 30. The driver, familiar pilot that we have seen on the Cars Tour side. In fact, he has had success in a late model stock car on a track that's quite similar to this venue. He won at North Wilkesboro a year ago in the summer event that was held there for Chad Bryant Racing. This is Grimsby, Ontario's Trayton Lapsevich, who is going to set the bar. He will be running double duty tonight, and he will go sub 19 seconds as the first flyer for the pros is going to be at an 18.933.
And the times that we're going to watch throughout this evening is going to have the pro late models. They were looking to be in about those high 18s, 18.8s, 18.7s is about the time I think they would be aiming for with this weather to try and qualify as we welcome the Max Recycling and Mills Automotive Chevrolet. And you know what? Some Monte Carlo taillight decals to boot for that number 13 car of Ben Mack, one of many drivers who we'll talk about tonight who are making their debut in the ZMAX Cars Tour Pro Late Models here. Has been busy in a Pro Late Model over the last couple of weeks, running the Carolina Pro Late Model Series at Hickory and Caraway Speedway over the last couple of weeks. Getting some good finishes there as Mack's second lap going to improve by about 0.2 of a second to a 19.227.
Next driver out on the racetrack is going to be one of a few number 22 cars that we have in the field here today. This one, identified by the red colors, is going to be driven by Hazel Green, Alabama's Taylor Corum, also trying to make his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut. This is the Window World of Huntsville, Shane's Paint and Body, Simpson Race Products, Pillar One Group, RV 911, and Fayetteville Outdoor Sports supported car. A lot of partners trying to help Taylor potentially make the debut on the Cars Tour side. And we mentioned a full field. 30 cars are going to lock in on speed for this field, and there will be 6 provisional slots available. That means we may have a couple of cars going home. There were some scratches, including the driver that was supposed to go out and qualify third, Michael Bolden, who had a mechanical problem, as Corum lays down a 19 with a 193.
And the fans here at Nashville Fairgrounds, they support their drivers here. Been looking in the grandstands, been seeing a lot of drivers that have friends, family out here supporting with some t-shirts. So a lot of Music City natives out here. This is one right here. In fact, he's the defending Pro Late Model Rookie of the Year here at Nashville Fairgrounds in the Potter Brothers Construction number 68 Chevrolet out of Nashville, Tennessee. It is Aiden Potter who puts up quite an impressive opening lap. 19.069 will put him right provisionally on the front row in the second position. You can see those bumps. They navigate through 3 and 4. These Pro Late Models will try to wrap the bottom as we have a new fast qualifier here. Aiden Potter, 18.919, fastest of the bunch so far.
You know, Blake, you mentioned the bumps, and that is something that some of the drivers have been talking about. They say it's a workout to hustle one of these cars.
My goodness, if you didn't watch the onboard that FloRacing posted earlier of a couple of drivers and even Dale Earnhardt Jr. earlier, go watch it. This place, it reminds you of Hickory watching them. It's rough.
And we may see some drivers who are good on those very abrasive racetracks, see some of that skill translate over to the Nashville Fairgrounds. Here's a driver who just picked up his 3rd career, or check that 4th career, late model stock win last time out at Wake County, looking for his first Cars Tour Pro Late Model victory. This is the family-owned team for the Jones Utilities Construction. Family Tire and Auto number 44, trying to shortcut it down the front straightaway, and it's going to work for now. Connor Jones to the top with an 18.901.
And I think you get a great vantage point there of how these cars really swing on the exit of the corner, and something that if you've watched pro late model or super late model racing here at this racetrack, you've seen time and time again. And speaking of seeing it time and time again, a regular here on the Cars Tour over the last year, Taylor Hull, out there in the Comp Cams Edelbrock and Kinda Tire Chevrolet, originally out of Dallas, Texas, and always love chatting with Taylor Hull. He's given some amazing interviews with us over the course of the last few years. Has a career best start of 8th last year at that race where he gave that interview at Anderson Motor Speedway and almost gave a high five to our flagman Brandon Willard in the process, as Hull going to clock in 5th fastest at a 19.199.
The Hale family from California has been making their presence known in Cars Tour competition, as you see just how rough that bump in turn number 2 is for the Manteca, California native Colton Hale. We'll see his brother Jace Hale in a late model stock car in the number 15. Colton driving the number 12 for Hale Racing and the Burco Redwood Gamma Rebar Concrete North. Hale is going to be the 7th car on the racetrack, with Connor Jones still holding down the top spot in Male Pole Award qualifying. And we see Colton kind of letting that car float up in the middle of 3 and 4 as he comes back to the line to see if he can pick up a little bit more speed, and he will, up into the top 5 as Colton Hale will go to 4th.
See, as they roll these cars out, just like we had even at a quarter mile at Wake County Speedway a couple of weeks ago, no warm-up lap. They go immediately into lap 1. It's Brody Monahan right now in the Wheeling Engineering Toyota, who's coming around to complete his first lap. But for more down trackside, let's toss it down to James Pike.
Here with the driver is going to be behind the wheel of the defending Pro Late Models Owners Championship car for Rick Ware Racing, Carson Ware. Carson, this is a place that you've got some pretty good knowledge on. What do you expect out of things today?
Yeah, I'm really excited that we're here. This place is awesome. The city's awesome. And, I think it's going to be a really exciting race tonight. I don't think it'll be much tire saving going on, but, if we got some good, clean, hard racing going on, I think we'll put on a heck of a show and increase the flow and everybody on the Cars Tour. And hopefully we can put this Cost Oil Chevrolet up front.
Card a few different drivers last year, but it's been consistently quick every time they hit the racetrack in the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear.
Thanks, Pike. A lot has happened in just the last few seconds. How about Brody Monahan? An 18.7 for Monahan, who was very quick in the early afternoon practice session today, backing it up in qualifying, as now we welcome what was a very sideways number 4 machine to the Speedway in Blake Robertson. Robertson, another one of the local competitors here in the Nashville area. He also races dirt when he's not running an asphalt pavement car here at the Fairgrounds property, and made the field in the All-American 100 last year. He's driving the Waymaker by Bailey Fab Works, living to serve veterinary services number 4R, and the Unionville, Tennessee driver in Robertson, trying to make his Cars Tour debut, is going to fall on a 22nd lap time and hope for a little bit of help.
And again, a lot of good work done by that team. Even just yesterday, again, they had a problem. They pulled out on the racetrack. Part of that car went up in flames. The safety workers were quick enough to that car in that number 4 to where he was able to practice the rest of the day. So good to see Robertson, who is able to be out on the racetrack here this afternoon. Another driver making a pro late model debut here in the Cars Tour, but has run a couple of races here in a super late model at the Nashville Fairgrounds. It's the number 46 Bordeaux Metals Napa Auto Parts and Jeff Haley Construction Toyota, driven by Memphis, Indiana's Cole Williams in car number 46. First lap is a 19.160, and again, that is a heck of a lap that Brody Monahan was able to put down. But a great vantage point here. You can see how violently they have to turn off the wall, try to get back in the throttle. Checkered flag out for Williams, who, like pretty much every car we've seen so far this afternoon, improves on that second lap up into the top 5, nearly got into the 18-second bracket.
We mentioned that there is a good bit of number 22 cars on the property for the Pro Late Models, 3 in total. Here's the second one that we will see for this session. This one comes from Summerville, South Carolina. In the Bourne United, Paragon, and Ertel Construction, number 22. For Black Diamond Industry Racing's Dusty Garris, who had a top 20 finish at the season opener at Southern National Motorsports Park. After much success racing in the Truck Series at Florence Motor Speedway, he has certainly shifted a lot of effort and attention into this style of race car on the pro late model side. His first lap was 10th. He ran a 19.5. He's going to look for a pretty big pickup here on that second lap, and the trend will continue, but it won't be enough to change the running order. Garris remains 10th of the 11 cars that have been on track thus far, and that improvement on lap 2, not enough to bump him a little bit higher up the running order.
And again, just a different note for those of you who watch us on a regular basis, something that the cars in both the Pro Late Models and Late Model stock cars will be doing here at Nashville Fairgrounds is running mufflers. So it's plenty loud up here at the grandstands with this roof over here. You still get plenty of race car, but something that is just going to be a little bit different throughout the course of the weekend, as number 20 car, Evan McKnight, looks to take to the racetrack here. An incredible opening lap for that number 20 machine. The Craven Flavor Chevrolet out of Windermere, Florida. Evan McKnight, can he challenge for the top spot? It looks like he comes up just shy of that 18, or no, in fact, he will get it as it refreshes 18.683. That is a blistering lap for Evan McKnight.
What an unbelievable effort for McKnight, who is 7th at Southern National, as we welcome in a multi-time, in fact, back-to-back World Series of Asphalt champion, also trying to make his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut. This is the 31W Insulation Day Racing Products, Storit, Bass Tire, Certed 811, Quality Glass Company, and Roy's Meat Service number 29 for Day Racing's Lebanon, Tennessee driver Hunter Wright. And Hunter is someone who knows this track quite well, and he knows these cars quite well. His first lap was good enough to get him into the top 10. His second lap is going to bump him up to 7th. So Wright could breathe easy. He is guaranteed to start the show tonight as he times his way up into the top 10 with ease.
Smooth exit off of turn number 2. You mentioned drivers that have been here a time or two about the last decade or so. You've seen this driver behind the wheel, the number 16 Z Speed Shop and Metropolitan Properties Chevrolet out of nearby Franklin, Tennessee. Not so far here from Nashville. It's Zach Johnson, car number 16, whose first lap 19.312. So continue to look down that leaderboard. Very close and competitive times we've seen already, with 14 cars now making time for Johnson. It is a pickup on lap 2. It's going to be worth one spot, 11th fastest for that number 16 is Zach Johnson.
Here's a driver and team that has been on a bit of a roll. Even though we've only run one race, this is still the team that won the Drivers' Championship with Ben Mayer in 2025. This driver then made a late move to win the season opening round at Southern National Motorsports Park, and the team car is currently sitting on the provisional pole, and the first lap has got him in the ballpark to challenge. This is the Unified Electrical Services number 6 for Setzer Racing and Development. Mason Walters looking for a perfect 3 and 4 to see if he can jump to the top of the charts. Walters kept his foot on the gas as he comes back to the line. He will pick up, but not enough to challenge McKnight for pole. In fact, he misses out on the front row. Walters to 3rd.
Close there for Mason Walters, who, by the way, want to make mention of the Floatium race that is taking part here in the Pro Late Models. For those of you who are watching at Wake County Speedway, you remember it was a Floatium race for the late model stocks. So amongst the 6 eligible drivers, whoever finishes best out of those 6 wins $10,000. We have the same case for the Pro Late Models here today. We just saw one car in Walters go out who is participating in that program tonight, and the same could be said for the defending series champion right now, who's in the number 67 top liner Chevrolet for Low Country Motorsports out of Chester, Maryland. Ben Mayer has an opportunity to walk out of here $10,000 richer, but will have to do so from what would look to be 3 spots behind Mason Walters right now, who takes that top spot amongst those Floatium competitors.
Here's another driver trying to make their first Cars Tour Pro Late Model start, but this is someone who knows what it takes to get a Pro Late Model around the Nashville Fairgrounds. A 2025 All-American 100 winner, driving the Town and Country Ford Nashville, CD Electric, and Bear Graphics number 14 out of Georgetown, Indiana for the family-owned operation, Corey Deucer. Now the first lap for Deucer put him into the top 10. He was 8th the first time around, about 2.5 tenths plus off the lap laid down by Evan McKnight. That continues to be the quickest. Deucer will come to the line, and Deucer will be the second consecutive car that has slowed down on his second lap. Ben Mayer suffered the same fate, who is in 6th. Deucer 8th. His first lap was the best lap.
And I think you have to wonder, if you're looking at this racetrack, what's the one thing we're noticing poking out right now? It's the sun. And I think that's one thing you do not want. They want this track to be cool and grippy for when they go out on the racetrack, especially these Pro Late models with a little bit of a harder tire compound than what we'll see on the late model stock car side a little later on today. This is Mason Walters, car number 6, Unified Electric Services Chevrolet. Or in fact, the 5 of James Seawright, copy that. The Capello Illegal machine out of Winter Haven, Florida. James Seawright, 9th fastest on his first lap. Made his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut at Southern National Motorsports Park, and he rockets up into the top 5 to match the car number 18917 for James Seawright.
Here's another driver trying to make a Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut. He is someone, though, who has made some splashes on a national stage. Salem Speedway in Salem, Indiana, his home track where he races street stocks on the regular. In fact, he won the biggest race they host there last year, the Halloween 200. He's made a couple of ARCA starts at his home track, now trying his hand in the Cars Tour. In the Green Tree Real Estate, Red Ball Recycling, and TNC Contracting number 19, a warm welcome to Connor Popplewell in what he hopes to be his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut. The number 19 car clocks in 14th on the opening lap. Here he comes off turn 4 to complete lap number 2. And Popplewell, second time around. He will slow down just a little bit on that second lap. Check that, no, it picks up to 11. So Popplewell able to go a little bit faster on that second time around, but not enough to get to the top 10.
And just look at that, 4th through 11th right now, just barely over a tenth of a second. It is close throughout this field right now as they continue to run. And good to see this driver back out again. He ran in the late model stock car side of things for a while. He made a Pro Late Model debut here tonight at Nashville Fairgrounds in the Liberty Puzzles Greeley Auto Machine and All Temperatures Controlled Chevrolet out of Parker, Colorado. It is Cody Dempster out on the racetrack right now, whose first lap slots him right into the middle of that close conglomerate of cars that we were talking about in the top 10, and in fact he's going to be able to break out of that up to 4th for Cody Dempster, 18.883.
So the time to beat continues to be the 18.683 that Evan McKnight laid down over Brody Monahan, Mason Walters, and Cody Dempster, who just pulled off the racetrack in 4th. Here's a driver in his sophomore season, driving for Rackley War Racing in 2026 in the Vietnam Veterans of America number 25 out of Dix Hills, Long Island, New York. 13th at Southern National Motorsports Park. Here's Rodney Dowlis. First lap for Dallas, 13th, puts him outside of the top 10 for the moment as he hustles that car through 3 and 4. Dallas will come to the checkers this time through, and he will improve, but not enough to get up to the top 10. He will drop into 11th for the moment.
One of the full-time competitors in 2025, back here in 2026 for the ZMAX Cars Tour Pro Late Models, and perhaps one of the hardest working teams down in the pit area. It is Dylan, his parents, and he has spotter Charlie Brown with him. That is the entire crew for this number 97 DPFX Fit Fitters, number 97 out of Yorba Linda, California. It is Dylan Garner who comes across the line, had a best finish of 6th that he's done a couple of times last year. Did it in 2025. In fact, is making his 29th start here in the Pro Late Models. First lap, good for 16th. Second lap for Dylan Garner. Well, it looks like he's continuing that trend of drivers that just aren't able to find more speed on their second go-around. So Dylan Garner, 16th fastest.
Here's a driver whose racing slate in 2026 has been quite full, along with attempting the full ARCA Menard Series campaign. He's also been jumping behind the wheel of this Pro Late Model team for LRT Motorsports. This is the Stokes Shoes number 11 for Mansfield, Ohio's Tony Cosentino. Was trying to have a strong showing at Southern National. Unfortunately got involved in an incident down in turn 1 just at about the halfway point. But they did take this car out to Hickory a couple of weeks ago for a Carolina Pro Late Model race. Started on the pole and finished 11th. Cosentino will come down with the checkered flag in what will be his second Cars Tour Pro Late Model start. And he is 17th of the 23 cars that have been on the racetrack thus far.
At certain points throughout the practice session yesterday, this car was very impressive in what they were able to do in their mock qualifying run. You see the number 51 Rick Ware Racing, Jacob Companies, and Costa Oil Chevrolet for Jamestown, North Carolina's Carson Ware taking to the track. A winner at Ace Speedway last year, was able to finish in 8th at Southern National Motorsports Park in the season opener, and has his eyes set on trying to repeat championships here for Rick Ware Racing. They took the owner's title a year ago in 2025 amongst a myriad of drivers, including Carson, whose first lap clocks him in a pretty good spot. Second lap, 9th fastest, 18.931. And again, you look at the middle of that field, just a couple hundred separate drivers that are inside the top 5 from being outside the top 10.
Our chief scorer, Lee Watson's probably going to break out the stat sheet at the end of this and show us how many ties that there were, how close it was across the whole field. We love seeing how tight these fields are and how highly contested these races are. And we're not even through the first qualifying session. The last number 22 car that we will see in the Pro Late Models today. This one, a Bryson Lopez Racing fielded entry for California's Chase Bergeson. Driving the Bergeson's Heating and Air and Atlanta Paving Concrete entry. He was 14th at Southern National. Now trying his hand at the Nashville Fairgrounds. And Bergeson will have a significant pickup on that second lap. He was well out of the top 15 on that first go-around. He's up to 4th.
And again, saw Bergeson walking around the grandstands a little bit earlier today. He has a huge fan base that is out here sitting in the grandstands that are carrying his colors and his t-shirt. Great looking race car that he has there in that number 22, as well as all these drivers still chasing Evan McKnight for the Mahle Motorsport Pole Award at the moment, as it is Trey Craig who will take to the racetrack there. Corvette decal on the nose of that number 17 car, whose first time through looks to almost match the position with this car number. It'll be 16th fastest for Trey Craig in car number 17, a 19014. As we start to move closer to some of those bump spots that are going to be right along the top 30, as Craig is able to pick up a couple of spots, albeit he only found about half a tenth. It's worth a 13th place starting spot for now. That's how tight this field is.
Here's another driver carrying the banner for some of the hometown heroes that this racetrack continues to produce in their limited slate on an annual cadence. This is a family-owned operation. A driver who hails out of Lebanon, Tennessee, driving the Bradley Racing, Foster Avenue Speed Shop, Tire Recappers, Crystal Baum with Epicue Realty, easy for me to say. The number 44 of John Bradley, also trying to make his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut. Also a driver with a versatile resume. He's done a lot of dirt racing this year as well. Bradley now coming off of turn number 4. His first lap was 19th. Bradley looking to pick it up on lap 2. He'll go faster, but will remain in the 19th spot as of now.
This driver's been awfully busy this weekend. Was in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race at Bristol Motor Speedway last night. Was running up in the top 5, and unfortunately just things did not work out. For Caden Honeycutt out of Aledo, Texas, this is the JC Motorsports CB Partners Automotive Toyota. For the driver that does have a championship to his name, was the Pro Late Model champion here in the Cars Tour in 2024, and immediately what an opening lap here for Caden Honeycutt at the Nashville Fairgrounds. 18.878, good for 4th on his opening lap. Sun has ducked behind the clouds here for just a moment. A little bit of a swing off of turn 4. Honeycutt to the line. Is it good enough for the Mahle Motorsport Pole Award? It is a pickup, but he's going to stay in 4th at an 18.821. I think that just shows the lap that McKnight laid down, that Honeycutt was still able to improve from 4th and stayed in that position.
Couple of cars away from where we're going to start bumping some drivers out of the top 30 in this field. And again, we will only be taking 6 provisionals. As now on the racetrack out of Franklin, Tennessee, this is another Fetcho Motorsports prepared car, making his second career Cars Tour Pro Late Model start, or at least hoping to, in the Boiler Warehouse, Armstrong Hartfield Incorporated number 7, Jackson Boone. Jackson's lone prior Cars Tour Pro Late Model appearance came at North Wilkesboro 2023. Started 25th, raced his way up towards the top 10, and finished 12th when all was said and done. His first lap was a good one. 14th for Boone, bit of a slide off of turn 4. As he comes to the line, Jackson Boone up into the top 5, 5th quickest.
And good to see this driver back on the racetrack again. We got word earlier today that Brandon Lopez, who is behind the wheel of this number 6 Atlanta Paving and Concrete and Sundance Equipment Sales Chevrolet, that they had withdrawn due to an engine problem that they were having after practice earlier this morning. But then we got the word that, well, actually we are going to be able to run this Pro Late Model, and they've put it to good use. Brandon Lopez from out of the field and into the top 10 with his first lap in qualifying, 18.885 for a driver we weren't sure if we were going to see here in the Pro Late Models. We'll also try to chase down a Heatwave Visual Pole Award in the Late Model stocks. And his lap is going to stay right there in the 8th position, 18.885. But just good to see Brandon Lopez out on the racetrack.
Now, Blake mentioned earlier one of the drivers that is competing for the Floatium bonus. That's going to be $10,000 going to the highest finisher of those cars that are eligible. And I say cars because if you remember, this Rackley War number 62 machine finished runner-up at Southern National Motorsports Park with Keelan Harvick at the wheel. Well, Keelan is racing out west tonight. So they have tagged the All-American 400 winner in Dawson Sutton, whose first lap was a rocket. That first lap for Sutton, 18 with an 8.22, needs about a 10th and a half, and he is hoping that he could pocket that $10,000 for the Rackley War team, and he's got the Floatium windshield decal to back it up. Sutton to the line. Second lap for Sutton is going to come across up to second for Sutton. 18.712 for Dawson Sutton, 29,000 shy of the pole.
Great lap there for Sutton, and again, a really important racetrack for Rackley War here in the state of Tennessee. Originally ran their shop out of here in Tennessee for a while. And a little bit of a slide there for a driver who turned a lot of heads at Southern National Motorsports Park, both in the pros and in the late model stocks. He'll be competing in both of those tonight. This is the McKenzie Properties Lumber and Supply and True Cordia Chevrolet for Kyle Beatty Racing, Asheboro, North Carolina's London McKenzie, who clocks in just inside where you can see that bubble forming. 30th place on lap 1. There is going to be a pickup though for car 95. He's up to 21st, so should be safe for the 19.024.
Here's another one of our Floatium competitors by virtue of a 6th place effort at Southern National Motorsports Park after starting 12th in the season opening round. This is the Nighthawk Frozen Foods, Clear 28, Spiller Industrial, RTM Construction, HMS Motorsport, and the Sign Shop number 15, Newton, North Carolina's Case James for his family-owned operation. And as you can see on the left-hand side of your picture, the bumping has begun. Top 30 going to make it in on time. Ben Mack, Dusty Garris, Blake Robertson, all bumped from the field with now the number 16 of Zach Johnson jumping on the bubble. As for Floatium competitor James, he moves up to 10th into the top 10 for Case James, vying for a $10,000 payday, and he will sit on the outside of row 5 as things stand.
So the pressure is on these final handful of cars or so that are slated to go out to try and make it in the top 30. The time is a 19.209 that Brett Robinson needs to make. One of many drivers making a Pro Late Model debut. Has won in CRA Late Model competition before. And in fact, for those fans that have been watching the Cars Tour for a long time, there was a co-sanctioned event in the super late models when that division was competing under the Cars Tour banner that was co-sanctioned back in 2017, 2018. So not exactly the first completely lovely first visit that the Cars Tour has had here to the Nashville Fairgrounds, as Brett Robinson, first lap for that number 5, is going to be fast, and the second one going to be good as well. Fourth fastest for Brett Robinson, 18.810, easily in the field, and he's at the front of it too.
Seems as though experience is paying off for some of the drivers who commit to running this speedway as often as they can. And hopefully that trend parlays over to Bell Buckle, Tennessee's Daniel Bolden in the 09. This is the B&B Truck Parts and Service, I-40 Truck Repair, Pitman Equipment Repair, Nashville regular, someone who is a winner here before and has been racing here since the late 2000s, hoping to make his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut, and the first lap has got him in the top 30. He's 27th on lap 1. That's going to put Taylor Hall out of the top 30 for now. Taylor Corum is on the bubble. And the 09 of Bolden is going to pick it up on lap 2 to 18th spot. So nobody having anything for Evan McKnight right now. But we've still got about 3 cars left to go to help us size up this 36-car field, with only the top 30 being able to decide their own fate.
Well, again, it's Sutton and Monahan, the only 2 drivers that are even in the 10th bracket behind him in the 18.7. So a long ways to go for those drivers, as Madison, Tennessee's Davey Coble, another driver who's been around this racetrack a number of times. Pressure is on for these final few drivers to try and crack their way up into the top 30. And for Coble, his first lap is going to be just good enough to slot in there. It bumps out Taylor Corum. Davey Coble looking for some insurance. He's 28th fastest on his first lap, a 19.100. Can he pick up some time and assure his way into the field? It looks like he's going to be able to do just that. Davey Coble, second lap around. Going to see exactly where he clocked in a moment. 13th fastest for Davey Coble.
2 cars left to go. We're going to have 2 cars that are not going to make this show after we lock in that top 30 and collect those 6 provisionals as well. So these last 2 cars are going to decide a lot. Tony Cosentino on the bubble. And here's another Fetcho Motorsports entry. This one, the Hunter Industrial number 51 from Mooresville, North Carolina's Anthony Bello. Also hoping to make his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut. And this team, this organization and operation, stout here, as Dylan Fetcho is a multi-time track champion, and we'll see him later on in a late model stock car. First lap for Bello was not good enough. Second lap, however, will be. Bello, the second time through, up into 19th for the moment with 1 car to go.
And if this is just the Cars Tour, right? Wake County Speedway, a tiebreaker separated the cutoff right now. If you look on your screen on the bubble, a tiebreaker would have to separate Garner and Constantino. It would go back to their first lap or their second lap. Whichever lap was not their fastest lap would be the one to score it, although that is going to be settled right now as Landon Huffman runs a lap that puts him into the top 30 quite easily. It's 24th fastest for Huffman, a 19.002, and just about a 10th would nearly put him up into the top 8 or so. Huffman, lap number 2 for this number 46 group, second race in a row that he has run here on the Pro Late Model side. Again, he does pick up. It's 22nd for Landon Huffman, as it'll be Bradley, the last driver, John Bradley, in the number 44, that will be the 30th and final qualifier into the field.
And Evan McKnight has secured the Mahle Motorsport pole here in Nashville. A great opportunity for Evan to team up with the Setzer Racing and Development Organization in 2026. He had a top 10 effort at Southern National. 3-time Carolina Pro Late Model winner. Wants to see if he could join his teammate Mason Walters as a Cars Tour Pro Late Model winner, and he'll be starting on pole.
How about Caden Honeycutt, and then Boone, Bergeson, Dempster, and Lopez, a mix of drivers who have a lot of experience here or in the Cars Tour, but not so much here, that make up the top 10.
A couple of our podium drivers, Case James going to be 11th. Also Ben Mayer in that 67 16th, racing for an extra 10K. Carson Ware will be fun to watch from about the 17th spot.
That entire graphic was about 600. That's how close this field is. And even you can look all the way back through the top 30 for drivers that just barely made their way in. And then these drivers, again, it's going to come down to some provisionals on whether they get in the field or not. Dylan Garner all the way down to Blake Robertson.
Well, Evan McKnight just scored himself a Mahle Motorsport pole. Let's go down the pike to hear from him.
Good start for Sets of Racing and Development. Evan McKnight on pole after his teammate Mason Walters won the season opener for the pros at Southern National. Evan, tons of speed in this car already. What have you noticed about this racetrack? How good does this car feel heading into the race tonight?
Throughout Thursday and yesterday and Friday practice, the cars just felt incredible, especially on our mocks. We had a lot of speed, and that showed in this. I don't think I was off the throttle for more than about a car length going through turns 1 and 2. It felt like a rocket ship, and we put it on pole. So I'm very happy to get it on pole in the car store, let alone it's such a historic venue of the Nashville Fairgrounds. I love that the car store's here. I love that I'm back here after racing here in Legends Cars 3 years ago. And yeah, I'd love to go and fight for one of those guitars at the end of the race, but we got a field of about 36 of the best racers in the country. So we're starting up front, just got to hope to stay there, keep the car clean, and be there at the end to try fighting for one of them at the end of this race. I just thank God for always putting me in these positions to go and fight for these wins, go and fight for these poles. I thank my family. I thank the team Sets Racing and Development for giving both me and Mason 2 very fast cars, 2 cars that can compete for the win tonight in the championship. And I also thank my sponsors, Kane Brown Family, Craven Flavor, Planet Hollywood, New York, Municipal, and the Right Entertainment Group. All big supports in getting me here in front of this camera right now and on the pole.
He will be on pole. He's had success on the quarter mile here. He'll lead the field to green on the big track in the Pro Late Models. Mahle Pistons Pole Award for the pros goes to Evan McKnight.
You see Dawson Sutton also going to celebrate their portion of being a part of the Mahle Motorsport front row. Also points being awarded this season, 2 for the pole sitter, 1 for the runner-up. And they are going to make up the front row for the first race that we have on the night, part of the Tootsie's Cars Tour Music City Showdown here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. Now we're getting set to see the late model stock cars hit the track. And it is now time for Heatwave Visual Pole Award qualifying for the late model stock cars, as we get set to see 31 total cars come down to try to make this show. We're not going to see any bumping in this field, but we are certainly going to see a very, very stout field of cars here. First car to kick off qualifying, another driver who's been quite busy throughout 2026, and he's the 2022 All-American 100 winner here. Currently leading the points in the ARCA Menard Series after a runner-up effort at Daytona and 6th place finish at Phoenix. It's the Factory Canopies LPG Transport Pacific Coast Propane number 71 for Van Dyke Racing Performance. Huntington Beach, California's Jake Bowman will be the first driver to set the bar for late model stock cars at the Fairgrounds. His first lap was a 19.433. Second time through for Bowman is going to pick up about a 10th, 19.318 for Bowman.
Second car on the racetrack is going to be one who was quite outspoken, I guess is probably the right word to say, after Wake County Speedway a couple of weeks ago, and has spoken up as that veteran here this weekend for these drivers, as Chad McCumbee, car number 16, Aaron Sales and Lease and Elliott Properties Ford out of Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a milestone here for Chad McCumbee. 75 career starts in the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. His first lap is better than what Jake Bowman ran. It's a 19.291. Second lap for McCumbee is down into the 19.1s. I think the 19.0s or so is where these drivers are going to be aiming to try and take the Heatwave Visual Pole Award.
Next driver on the racetrack, making his first start of 2026 and the 29th of his Cars Tour late model stock career. He ran 3 races in 2025, highlighted with a pole and 18 laps led at Anderson Motor Speedway. And he's racing, of course, with a lot of motivation. The team owner for this operation, Jody Chandler, suffered a non-racing related accident, is recovering nicely and hopefully watching from home as well. Jody, we hope that you're resting up and feeling better. This is the Starbucks Mission Health and Leapfrog Landscaping 01 of Thomas Bean. Bit of a slide off the 4th corner. You see Thomas wrestled the car down to the checkered flag. And the second lap for Bean is still going to be a little bit quicker, but he will remain 3rd of 3 cars that have been on the racetrack at this point.
And you are going to see those handling characteristics carry over for a lot of these cars in the late model stock cars. So many of them are on edge trying to get this car around, and this driver, he's doing a good job. Obviously, he's leading the point standings. He's probably putting in a good effort for the FloRacing Fieldmaster with what he's been able to do and drive through the field, but it has been qualifying, been the one kryptonite early in the 2026 season for Mooresville, North Carolina's Caden Quapple and the Jerky Boys and LKN Mechanical CorvetteParts.net. Chevrolet for Junior Motorsports. First effort was a good one there for Quapple. Second fastest, 19:194. Going to look to take that top spot from Chad McCumbee here on lap 2, and he's going to do it. Fastest so far, 19:073 for Caden Quapple.
And as many of the fans on the front straightaway come to their feet with their hats, hands, and programs, they're welcoming two-time Daytona 500 winner and NASCAR Hall of Famer and the teammate to Caden Quapple, who just jumped to the top of the charts, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the Bass Pro Shops Junior Motorsports number 8 car. And there may not be anybody happier to be back at the Nashville Fairgrounds, specifically with the Cars Tour, than the driver on the racetrack right now. First lap is going to be 4th for Dale. First lap, 19.348. He's about 2/10 plus to jump up there with his Junior Motorsports teammate, Caden Quapple. And a second lap for Junior will be a little bit quicker. He'll move up to 3rd in the 8 car.
And has had a lot of success here in the Busch Series, running in the top 5, finishing in the top 5, even garnered a pole back in 1999. This driver, he's been somebody that a lot of folks down in the pit area were pointing to earlier today as one that could contend and has been fast in his mock qualifying runs that he's had over the course of the last few days. As you can see it right there, Parker Eatman out of Wilson, North Carolina, the Vet Adventures and Quality Pre-Owned Chevrolet. This is a Matt Piercy Racing entry for Parker Eatman, 3rd fastest on his first go-around here at the Nashville Fairgrounds, 19:177 for Eatman's first offering. Second lap is gonna be better, and in fact it's going to go to the top of the charts, 19:069. A very nice lap there for Parker Eatman.
4 thousandths of a second, the difference between potential pole and not. But still a lot of very stout cars to go. You notice the Dodge nose on the front of this race car. This is the Timmy Tyrell Racing team that Minnie was in contention to win with at Wake County the last time that we were in competition. Due to a scheduling conflict, an opportunity opened up for the Yonder Custom Hats, Timmy Tyrell Racing and Ram Partnership to tag the driver who was 3rd in points in 2025 and Cade Brown. The full share Texas native comes off the 4th corner. Second lap is going to be a little bit better than the first, but he is not going to be able to improve in terms of running order. Cade Brown, in his return to Cars Tour competition, sits 4th.
Again, Mason Diaz, one of those drivers, one of many, again, that are looking to get some experience here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. As the number 41 Prince William Marina Sign Shop and TSS Services Chevrolet, the house car for Hedgecock Racing Enterprises and Hedgecock Chassis here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. Going to go 5th fastest for Mason Diaz, the former Throwback Classic winner at Hickory Motor Speedway. Is turning into a veteran here on the Cars Tour, making his 62nd start, and in fact did a heck of a job through a lot of attrition that he was put through at Wake County Speedway. A couple of spins, he's able to finish 12th in that race, and in fact he will stay in the 5th position for now to 19:207.
From one veteran to another. How about the driver who continues to rack up an unbelievable amount of starts? This will be his 109th career Cars Tour late model stock start. The year started off with a bit of heartbreak, missing the show with this new team that debuted for a full-time campaign in 2026, but they backed it up with a top 5 effort at Wake County. This is the Polaris Off-Road, KevinSaysYes.com, and Thunder Road Harley Davidson number 2 for the Kevin Powell Speed Motorsports team, Brandon Pierce. His first lap was 8th. We'll see what he's got on lap 2 as he continues to hustle this car off the 4th corner. The second lap for Pierce will be a little bit quicker. However, he will remain 8th of the 9 cars that have been on the racetrack so far.
This is a car I think a lot of folks in the pit area are watching after what it's been able to do over the course of the last few days, pacing a number of the practice sessions that we've had over the course of both yesterday and today. It is Dylan Fetcho in the number 89 U.S. tank and Hunter Industrial Chevrolet out of Lebanon, Tennessee, representing Mike Darn Racing here this afternoon. Been very fast all weekend long, and in fact his first lap is going to be good enough to crack the top 5. 19.201 for a driver who knows what it's like to win here. He is a 3-time track champion here at the Nashville Fairgrounds, and he's going to go right to the top of the charts for Dylan Fetcho, first driver in the late model stocks to reach the 18-second marker. 18.986 for Dylan Fetcho, fastest of the bunch here in the Music City.
Next up on the racetrack, the lead podium performance number 5 in the GBS Brand Connect Unified J-Star Capital number 5. Here is Carson Brown, who is 10th in points, trying to make his 11th career start after finishing top 10 at Southern National and 13th at Wake County. And that came after a late mechanical failure while the team was running up in the top 5. First lap for Carson Brown puts him 5th. He has been on a bit of a roll so far in 2026. Swept the first 2 races of the ASA Stars National Tour, won the ARCA race at Phoenix, now looking for a Cars Tour win as he jumps up into the 5th spot to match the car number. Carson Brown to the top 5.
So right now in all brown, row number 3 between Carson and Cade, 5th and 6th respectively. And a really important weekend for this driver. One, I know at some point I may call this car Ronnie Bassett Jr.'s car. The white, the orange, the 4 on it. It's a little bit of a different look for a driver where we've seen the iconic black and orange Eatman Mobile Movers and GXS wraps. Dodge tearing up a lot of tracks that he's been to over the last couple of years. But again, a special racetrack for him. His grandfather, Freddie Fryer, the Beaumont Flyer, a former track champion here in 1964. It's been a while there and a lot of history here for the Fryer family at the Nashville Fairgrounds, as Fryer going to come across to complete his 2nd lap. It's going to be 8th fastest for a brand new race car they had to repair after Wake County.
Next driver on the speedway out of Manteca, California, again driving for Hale Racing. We saw brother Colton lap around the speedway in the Pro Late model a short while ago. Here's the 2025 Spears Cars Tour West Pro Late Model champion, making his 3rd career start, all of which coming in 2026. This is car number 15, Jace Hale. Hale's first lap is going to put him 12th as you see him work the car up in the upper groove of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. Hale trying to stop an unfortunate streak of what has been back-to-back DNFs in 2026. And he almost had the car get away from him off turn 4. He caught it, continues to slide after the run is complete, and he remains 12th.
If that doesn't show you how tough this racetrack is, I don't know what can. It is very bumpy. It's very abrasive. Again, we've heard a lot of different talk in the pit area about tire wear. How much is that going to be a factor? And again, here for these late model stocks, they are running the F45 Stars on the left sides. They're running the ST3s on the right sides after a tire test. As Landon S. Huffman, good to see him back out here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. He had Carter Langley fill the seat at Wake County Speedway a couple weeks ago as he was off running the ARCA East race at Hickory Motor Speedway that weekend. And in fact, he'll run ARCA East here. Big moment in 3 and 4 there for Landon S. Huffman, sliding down to the line, and unfortunately that's going to cost him a better effort on lap number 2 for Landon S. Huffman, 9th fastest for the moment.
Here's another driver that's pulling double duty tonight, trying to make his 5th career late model stock start with the Cars Tour. Pro late model winner at Caraway last year, has run the All-American 100 here the last 2 years in the pro late model, and has had great qualifying efforts in the late model stock car. 3rd at Southern National, 6th at Wake County. The Atlanta Paving and Concrete, Reynolds Warren Equipment Company, Leeboy Sundance Equipment number 6 for Bryson Lopez Racing out of Woodstock, Georgia. Here's Brandon Lopez, whose first lap puts him 13th, hoping that he can keep the trend of top 10 starts rolling with a big improvement on the 2nd lap. As Lopez comes across the line, he will pick it up to the top 10, but he will be hanging on to that spot as he will anchor the 10 cars right now.
Talk about drivers with mixed experience here at this racetrack. You know what? I'll count this as experience. As Ronnie Bassett Jr. told our very own Rob Blount a couple weeks ago at Wake County Speedway that he does have experience here at this racetrack. He ran a Bandolero on the quarter mile here when he was a much younger lad. Did that at Ronnie Bassett Jr. and the Buddy Scoops Ice Cream, Bessemer Tire and Auto, and Jerry Hunt Super Center number 04. In fact, Buddy Scoops Ice Cream, again, they bring a trailer to each individual Cars Tour race. They have had a huge line outside of it today. A lot of folks down there in the pit area enjoying some Buddy Scoops Ice Cream. Ronnie Bassett Jr. and his family. It is 12th fastest for Bassett, just behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. there, 19.299 for Bassett, unable to improve on his second lap.
Next up, trying to make career start number 10 and second of 2026 out of Richmond, Virginia in the Alpha Sport 05, representing Firewall Deep, A Novel, the Glass Guys, and McKay Capital Partners. Mason Bailey comes around to complete his first lap on the stopwatch, 13th the first time around. Started 12th and finished 11th at Southern National Motorsports Park, but unfortunately and cruelly missed the show at Wake County, a track where he won pole 2 years prior. Now happy to be back in the field at Nashville, and Bailey will bring that car down to the line to sew up his qualifying attempt, and he will move up into the top 10. Mason Bailey slots into the 10th spot.
That is the competitiveness of the Cars Tour. You can win the pole at a racetrack, miss the race the next time you go there, and then come back out at Nashville Fairgrounds, totally different racetrack than a quarter-mile bull ring, and you're 10th fastest. That's just how the Cars Tour can work. As we welcome a driver again, he'll be rolling off 27th in the Pro Late Model portion of our program for the Tootsie's Music City Showdown here at Nashville Fairgrounds. This is the AK Performance entry. He'll be running on the late model stock car side of things in the McKenzie Properties number 95 out of Asheboro, North Carolina. Again, he's looking to do double duty after he was unable to do so at Wake County a couple weeks ago. He did not qualify in to that race in the late model stock cars, and he's not going to have to worry about that here this week as he runs a lap that is 14th fastest at the moment, 19.310. And Eric, we talked about it earlier, the sunlight that's coming out, it is much more prevalent now, and since we've seen that, cars have not been improving on their second lap, but McKenzie is able to do it. 4th fastest for London McKenzie, following up his qualifying effort at Southern National that was 6th fastest. Impressive for the young man.
That kid is showing he's got a lot of talent and able to shake off the disappointment of missing the show at Wake County. That is quite the lap. We'll see what this driver has in store. Beautiful new colors, beautiful new partnership with Texas Roadhouse, High Rock Vodka, IBCI, and Josh Sellers. Cars Tour winner in 2023, driving for the Carroll Speed Shop organization again in 2026. Car number 57 out of Claremont, Landon Huffman, making career start number 50 today. His first lap puts him 14th. We'll see what he has here on lap number 2. Can he do what McKenzie did and improve? As he comes down to the line, Huffman will go a tick quicker on that second lap, however, will remain 14th.
Now I just want to roll with some cinnamon.
You and me both.
It's the number one thing I want after watching that car go around this racetrack as we welcome in the defending late model stock car champion here in the late model stocks with Landon Lewis, car number 29. The Rent Source and R-Trade number 29 for Kevin Harvick Incorporated out of Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina, and really excited to see what Landon can do here this weekend. This team, very impressive on a lot of the bigger racetracks that we go to at North Wilkesboro, at Orange County, and well, there you see it. Top 5 starting spot for the moment for Landon Lewis, car number 29, 19.107. And interested to see how high he starts to work that groove early in this race later on tonight.
Yeah, if you remember at Cordele last year, an event that was run pretty much on this weekend, Landon Lewis was the one who was trimming the grass clippings up on the outside of the racetrack. Yeah. He will find the high line for sure.
A lot of Landons. Landon Huffman, Landon Lewis, and now
Landon Pembleton.
There we go.
Now two-time Valley Star Credit Union 300 winner at Martinsville. Picked up his second grandfather clock there the last time that race was run this past October. Making his first start of the season in the Pembleton Forest Products Easter Design and Caswell Glass number 0 for R&S Race Cars. Pembleton will come to the checkered flag this time through. And the efforts for Landon in what will be start number 1 of 2026 come across in the 16th spot for Landon Pembleton.
So right behind Landon Huffman. A lot of Landons going on right here at the Nashville Fairgrounds as we welcome this driver out onto the racetrack. Again, wasn't originally scored in the 2nd position, but rightfully earned it. They had a post-race review following the weekend at Wake County Speedway to see that there was a slight error in the transponder that led to the scoring issue. That was rectified, and Sam Butler was rightly awarded a 2nd place finish. The Texaco Cutstone Hard Charger at Wake County. In fact, he's plus, let's see, 34 spots from where he started to where he's finished. That has put him up in the 2nd position in the overall point standings here. The number 16 R&S Race Cars Dodge. It's his first lap here, 20th fastest for Sam Butler, looking for a big pickup on lap number 2. You can see him wrestling that car over the bumps off of turn 4, and it's going to be a huge pickup for Sam Butler. 9th fastest for Sam Butler, the number 16 R&S race car.
Here's another one of our double-duty drivers. However, the late model stock venture has been a wild one for this driver and team. This, the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, and all-rim 77 for Chad Bryant Racing. Trayton Lapsevich was here on what was the test day Thursday. Had a mechanical problem right here. He'll pass the skid marks that he laid down up on the approach to the turn 1 wall where they destroyed the primary car. They shipped the backup here in time for practice on Friday, wrapped the car overnight to match the look that it had on the test day, and now Trayton is ready to throw caution to the wind and see what he's got, and he's up to 4th. Trayton Lapsevich, with all the work the team had to do to get this car prepared, he is going to start this race up towards the front. He's P4.
Incredible effort there. Again, that was a car that was originally, it was set up for Hickory. It was Lainey Bice's car. She's been running some races for Chad Bryant Racing here in 2026. They bring that car here. They rewrapped it over last night. They ran it without pretty much with just a 77 decal yesterday. And what an effort there for the Chad Bryant Racing team. Another car that has been very, very fast all weekend long. Another one of the R&S race cars bunch. It's the C&C Boiler Dodge out of Mount Pleasant, North Carolina. It's a debut here in the car store on the late model stock side for Matt Craig, but he knows a thing or two about winning some big races here. The 2021 All-American 400 winner at this racetrack is Craig. Will match his car number and goes 10th fastest in the number 10 at 19.200.
We talked about London McKenzie having to overcome the unfortunate fact that he was unable to make the show at Wake County. The same applies to sophomore driver Donovan Strauss. He too missed the show at Wake County. Kind of joked a little bit afterwards after seeing how rough and rugged it was. Maybe it worked out for the organization that the AK Performance car didn't have to endure any of the physical blemishes the competition did. The Q collar, Liberty in a can, and JP Performance number 98 for the driver who originally hails out of Marietta, Georgia. Race Legends cars here on the inner track in 2023. Now wrapping up his time trial run here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. And Donovan Strauss is going to be 21st of the 25 cars that we've seen at this point, but he is in the field.
Going to be the same for this driver, who also failed to qualify at Wake County, was the RPM Race Trailers Rookie of the Race, however, at Southern National Motorsports Park to start the season for this 09 Gentry Systemic Services and Leapfrog Lawn Care Toyota out of Easley, South Carolina. Riley Gentry, who again getting acclimated to tracks of this size in terms of banking and how long this racetrack is. Again, he ran very well, ran a career best in North Wilkesboro last year where he finished in 9th. Let's see how he clocks in here. 26th on lap 1, and he's going to stay in that position here on lap number 2. It's a 19.542 for the 09 of Riley Gentry.
5 cars left to go, and another one of the number 5 cars is on the racetrack. This one has been racking up passes on the racetrack. The FloRacing Fieldmaster Award winner from Wake County with 55 passes en route to his podium effort. This is the Hettinger Racing number 5B, representing Medic Corporation, Victory Custom Trailers and Direct Development out of King William, Virginia, Chase Burrow, who is 16th on lap 1. spent his off week back up at his home track, winning on opening night at Langley, the same place that he won his first career Cars Tour race, and Burrow will jump up into the top 10. So Burrow now sits 10th with 4 cars left to go.
This next car out of turn number 2, he's grabbed the headlines early in 2026. Season opener at Southern National Motorsports Park. A little skirmish late in the going with Caden Quapple. He visited him in Cookout Victory Lane. Race number 2, a skirmish battling for the lead also with Minnie Tyrell that originally had left him suspended for this race. He went and appealed it. The decision was made on Monday that although he would not be allowed to practice or test up until this day, he would be allowed to race and continue his fight to pursue a championship here. As Doug Barnes Jr., no practice time, and yet he puts it in the top 10, 19-152. Eric, he didn't sound all that confident when he talked to our James Pike earlier, but I think he'll be very satisfied with that lap right there.
I think that one's even going to surprise Doug. He did not sound like he had a lot of faith in their ability, but they have put it all together. Now the driver who walked out of Wake County with the trophy on the racetrack here, that was career win number 4 for the IBCI, Jones Utilities Construction and Family Tire and Auto number 44, the second Carroll Speed Shop car in the field. And crew chief and team owner Justin Carroll captured the Strange Oval Crew Chief of the Race Award by virtue of their success. Here is Connor Jones. Jones will come to the checkers this time by, and he will crack the top 5. Great pickup for Connor Jones over laps 1 and 2, and he will try to hold on to a top 5 spot with just 2 cars remaining.
And 3rd in the series standings right now, so that's big for Connor Jones. You think about championship points that are stacking up. He is looking good early in this 2026 season. As you mentioned, 2 cars left to go. This is one of them, the Matt Piercy Racing number 7. It's the Piedmont Animal Rescue Chevrolet out of Farmington, Missouri. It is Aiden King who took home RPM Trailer Sales Rookie of the Race honors at Wake County Speedway. Surviving that race to get up into the top 10. You can see the yellow rookie stripe indicating that he is running and trying to fight for that Rookie of the Year title, as this is his 4th start here. So an effort that will put Aiden King in 22nd, 19-293.
Final car to take time, sophomore driver in his 2nd season with Nelson Motorsports in late model stock car competition. This is the Autos by Nelson L&R transmission, BRCC number 22 for Winston-Salem, North Carolina's Carson Lofton. His first lap is 18th quickest. Pretty sporty first lap for Carson, who also spent some time racing in his off week last week. Went up to Dominion Raceway where he captured the Smart Modified Tour victory there as he continues to run and succeed in Tour Type Modifieds. Big slide off the 4th corner for Lofton. And that's going to kill the 2nd lap, and Lofton will remain 18th. But that will mean multi-time track champion Dylan Feccio has captured the Heatwave Visual Pole Award for the late model stock cars in the ZMAX Cars Tour effort at the Nashville Fairgrounds.
There are some drivers you just know every time you show up to a particular track that it is going to be a challenge, and you're going to have to beat that driver to try and go to victory lane. And that here at Nashville Fairgrounds in this field is Dylan Feccio, a 3-time track champion here at the Nashville Fairgrounds, making a late model stock car debut for the ZMAX Cars Tour. And yet here he is on a Heatwave Visual Pole Award, and again does it by being the only driver that got into the 18-second bracket.
It'll go down as a track record for sure, as Parker Eatman will join him on the front row. Caden Quapple, the points leader, just fresh off of pocketing $10,000 in the late model stock podium at Wake County last time out. Trayton Lapsevich, Connor Jones, your top 5.
Incredible effort there for Landon Lewis. London McKenzie again continuing to impress. Chad McCumbee, we've continued to see that that car has qualified well throughout the year. But again, I think the surprise, look at Doug Barnes Jr., all the talk about we don't have track time, we don't have any notes heading into this race, puts it P11. That's a solid, really solid effort there.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to come from 21st on the grid. He's got some good company back there as well. Landon Huffman, 22nd, and a couple of other notables sprinkled throughout the field, including Brandon Pierce, 28th, fresh off that top 5 effort at Wake County. Going to have to come from deep in the field to try to do it again. Last car on the field, Riley Gentry out of South Carolina, as all 31 cars are going to partake in tonight's 125 lapper. Let's hear from the Heatwave Visual Pole Sitter. Pike is with Dylan Feccio.
A very familiar name to the fans at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway will lead the field to green in the Tootsie's Music City Showdown. It's Lebanon, Tennessee's Dylan Feccio. Dylan, we talked earlier, and you told me how much it meant to compete, especially against the late model stock car drivers of the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. To lead into green, what kind of significance does that give to you?
Yeah, it's I definitely surprised myself, to say the least. I had a good feeling about it all weekend. We've been really strong. But first time ever qualifying one of these cars, and you know, I was very surprised, and the car was good. I just can't thank everybody enough that helped out.
Worth noting that the last driver to defend home turf, as it were, against the regulars of the Cars Tour, Langley Speedway 2022, none other than defending ARCA Menard Series champion and current Truck Series driver Brendan Butterbean Queen. Pretty good company that Dylan Feccio is going to try and join this evening if he can land back at Cookout Victory Lane. He's your Heatwave Visuals Pole Award winner for the late model stock cars, Dylan Feccio.
Thanks, Pike. How about that for first time qualifying one of these cars, referencing a late model stock car at a place that he knows like the back of his hand. Dylan Feccio will be leading us down for green for the late model stock portion of tonight's running of the Tootsie's Cars Tour Music City Showdown. The rest of the night's program is going to be coming up shortly. We'll have driver introductions, opening ceremonies, and more right after this.
Racing the way it's meant to be all season long. 2 divisions, nearly 3,000 laps of the closest, toughest short track racing you'll see anywhere. Every pass, every fender rub, every bump and run, every emotion. Winners race here and stars are born here. This is pure stock car racing. It's the Z-Max Cars Tour, and it's next right here on FloRacing.
For roughly 70 years, stock car racing has been taking place here in the heart of the Music City, and tonight, the Z-Max Cars Tour Pro Late Models and Late Model Stocks join that illustrious history in the Tootsie's Music City Showdown here at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. So glad that you could be joining us here from Nashville, Tennessee. It is so good to be saying that. I'm Blake McCandless. That's Eric Brennan. We'll be covering everything for you here live on FloRacing. Eric, we just wrapped up qualifying 2 very competitive fields, 2 very distinct fields like what we were talking about earlier. A lot of experience on the pro late model side, a lot of new for these late model stock car competitors.
And the one thing I love about this place already is that the energy is building and building and building. And that's kind of been the theme all week. We had the event at Tootsie's on Broadway Thursday night where a lot of fans came out and had themselves a good time. That trend continued on into Friday. It was still on-track activity here, but these stands are starting to fill up to near capacity, and the drivers are going to be presented to all of these fans who have come out to support this race and this event just before they got to focus forward on the task at hand, and that is figuring out this just over half-mile oval. And especially for our late model stock car teams, there is not a lot of history with that type of car at this racetrack. It is a tall task.
What I believe is 2004, the last time the late model stock cars were racing here as the premier division here at this racetrack. So it's been a little while since we've seen late model stock cars competing here at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. A lot to cover, though, since what happened at Wake County Speedway a couple of weeks ago. A lot taking place there, a lot taking place afterwards, including a penalty that was levied after the race at Wake County Speedway, both with Doug Barnes Jr. and Minnie Tyrell, as we take a look at that incident that happened as both of these cars were battling at a bull ring, mind you, for the race lead.
We joke that we love that Wake County is the second stop on the tour because it is a quarter-mile bull ring, and we get moments like this. I don't think we expected it to get as wild as it did. This was for the lead, not with 10 to go, but with a good bit of still left to go. It destroyed Doug Barnes' car, and he took exception to that of Tyrell and returned the favor in turn 1. The initial ruling that was announced a few days after the race was that Doug would be sat down and not able to compete in this race. Well, Doug garnered his material, brought it forward to an appeals panel. The appeals panel heard the case this past week, and the decision was made that a penalty would still be upheld to the sense that he would not be allowed to get on track on the Thursday test day or the practice day yesterday, but he would be allowed to compete in the race. He's vocalized several times that they felt like they were behind the 8 ball. They missed so much on-track activity over the course of the last 48 hours, but as we saw, he almost got up into the top 10 in qualifying. He'll start 11th.
There was also an update to the finishing order. Again, it was an error on the transponder a couple of weeks ago for the driver that currently sits now second in the championship standings. It was Sam Butler who rightly earned a second place finish. We didn't get to talk to him after the race with that error taking place, but he rightly earned that. And again, with that great finish that he had after coming back from several laps down to be able to accomplish that, currently sits second place in the standing. As we take a look at the standings here, Sam Butler, a great job being able to rebound. It's Caden Quapple who's going to have a little bit of a lead, but if you look at the rest of the top 10, I mean, they're all slammed together in pretty pure Cars Tour fashion, I would say.
And this is race 3 of 14 on the calendar slate. No playoff, no points reset. So Caden Quapple is holding on to that championship points lead. And just about everyone on this page has had a topsy-turvy 2 races. Haven't really seen anybody go through the first 2 stops in the calendar without any sort of conflict or problem. Even Quapple had himself a spin late at Wake County, rebounded for a top 10. But all of these drivers eyeing opportunity. Only exception would be Clay Jones, who took this race off. But nevertheless, everyone else that you see on your picture and more still believe that they've got a shot at a Cars Tour title.
Again, only 3 drivers finished in the top 10 in both of those races that we've had. Quapple, Lapsevich, and Clay Jones, who is not here with us this evening in Nashville, as we take a look at what happened after one race against Southern National Motorsports Park a little over a month ago since we last competed with the pros. It is Mason Walters for Setzer Racing and Development who's competing, and again, those top 6 that you see on the standings tonight, they're also going to be competing in our Floatium program. Whoever finishes the best amongst those 6 cars, Max Reeves not being in attendance, will take home a very coveted additional $10,000 here tonight at Nashville Fairgrounds. So a lot to fight for those drivers in the Floatium program, but also several that are making a Pro Late Model debut tonight.
Yeah, a lot of drivers taking their first opportunity to race one of these cars in the Cars Tour. And you mentioned the Floatium. This is the graphic we'll utilize to represent. And again, it goes to the team. So now, granted, Keelan Harvick, he finished second in that Rackley War number 62 at Southern National. Dawson Sutton is in the car tonight. They still have a chance. Now, the 18 car that Max Reeves drove, they're not on the property here tonight. And on the Low Country Motorsports 67, Ben Mayer, the traditional pilot, back behind the wheel, hoping to get that team a $10,000 check. The pilots remain for Mason Walters, London McKenzie, and Case James as well. 5 drivers, cars, and teams hoping to walk out of here with a 5-figure payday.
A lot of drivers here, Eric, are looking to just be able to have the chance to take home 1 guitar. Here's some drivers that have the chance to take home 2 guitars. Brandon Lopez, who will be competing in both races, and by the way, initially said that he had an engine issue and the Pro Late Model was going to have to withdraw. They fixed that. He's in the Pro Late Model field. Connor Jones, who by the way took home a win at Wake County Speedway for his 4th career win. Landon Huffman has the opportunity to do so as well. London McKenzie doing double duty just as he did in the opening race. And then Trayton Lapsevich, who will be starting up in the top 5 for the late model stocks.
A lot of potent drivers who want as much track time at this historic facility as possible, and they have wrapped themselves in a position where they could run maybe 225 laps here tonight. Now, just a little short while ago, we qualified for the Pro Late Model field, and the driver who won the season opener is going to round out the top 5. Mason Walters looking to go back-to-back to kick off 2026. He timed in the 5th spot. A great qualifying effort here for Brett Robinson in his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut. The driver from New Albany, Indiana, is going to roll the 5R off from 4th spot. And then we get up into the top 3. Brody Monahan out of Waterford, Connecticut. A strong showing for him in what is going to be another slate in 2026 with the Tour and those Whelen Engineering colors rocketing him up into 3rd.
And we talked about Dawson Sutton, that driver that, again, different looking 62, but has the opportunity to earn those 10 grand after coming over for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race from Bristol Motor Speedway a night ago. He'll try to take home a victory here in Cookout Victory Lane from the outside of the front row. And then how about Evan McKnight, an incredible time, 18.6s. He's the only driver that was able to get down that low, and he takes home a Mahle Motorsport Pole Award for the Pro Late Models.
So it'll be Evan McKnight at Setzer Racing and Development, hoping to go back-to-back on the season. It was the team car that won at Southern National Motorsports Park earlier on, and a full field of Pro Late Model competitors rounded out our efforts to try to get in this 36-car field. Unfortunately, we had to send 2 cars home. Dusty Garris, as well as the 4R machine trying to make his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut. Blake Robertson were unable to qualify for the Pro Late Model portion of our field. Now we'll check in on late model stock car highlights. This was Connor Jones, our most recent winner, who was able to clock in 5th after getting his 4th career Cars Tour late model stock win, last time out at Wake County Speedway.
We had a lot of drivers we just showed that are pulling double duty here tonight. The driver that lines up 4th will do that in a backup car that they had to haul here from Hickory Motor Speedway on Thursday. And, well, it's pretty sporty for the Chad Bryant Racing Bunch. Trayton Lapsevich going from 4th. And how about Caden Quapple? Again, it's been a little bit of a struggle in qualifying despite the very strong finishes that team has had here to start 2026. But he's going to do it from the front of the field this time inside of row number 2.
And how about this effort for Parker Eatman, sophomore driver driver, former Thanksgiving Classic winner, now trying to get his first career Cars Tour late model stock win. He's going to start on the front row alongside a true hometown hero, multi-time track titleist Dylan Feccio, in what he said was the first time he's qualified a late model stock car, and he did it to perfection in a league of his own, grabbing the Heatwave visual pole for his Cars Tour late model stock debut. Well, race fans, the time has now come for us to introduce you to our field for tonight's Tootsie's Cars Tour Music City Showdown at the Nashville Fairgrounds.
And starting first with the Pro Late models and rolling off in the 36th position, driving.
Many of the Pro Late Model competitors started to make their way over to their cars as we are inching closer to race time here at the Nashville Fairgrounds, with the late model stock cars also on deck, with many of the fans starting to find their way back to their seats as the entire midway here was packed pretty much from end to end at the Speedway. Everyone who has come on out to support this event, a beautiful shot from our drone high above, showed just how packed the grandstands are here at this incredible facility.
Again, you get a great vantage point of this track, and it's something that, again, this is our first time being here at this racetrack. You really can't appreciate not only the size of it, the banking, the speed that these drivers have, and of course this racetrack, as we talked about at the top of the broadcast, has so much history. Being able to join that history and hopefully build on that history and the foundation that's been laid down here, an incredible racetrack, an incredible community that deserves races like this happening at this racetrack with all that it has going on, and hopefully more that we will continue to see into the future.
Hopefully this is going to be something that we all remember for quite some time. This is an unbelievable effort to put this race on, thanks to all who have made it possible. And we are inching closer to getting the Tootsie's Cars Tour Music City Showdown underway from the Nashville Fairgrounds, one of the most anticipated events on the 2026 calendar, with racing action on the horizon and not that far away from now. And so many people who have come out to this facility, again, a stone's throw away from downtown Nashville, where many of the events were taking place leading up to this weekend and this event. And we are now getting closer to kicking it all off. Let's go down trackside for our pre-race ceremonies.
Race fans, at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as you are able, and veterans, please render a hand salute as the color guard presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Cars Tour Series Chaplain Joe Lewis delivers tonight's invocation.
How many of you here believe in prayer? How many believe we need to pray for our country? Let's pray. Father, we thank you, Lord, that we have power in prayer. We pray, dear God, that you help our country and the people that protect it. Father, I pray to God that you keep everybody safe tonight. Make it be a good race, a good, fast race. But, Lord, everybody safe and they go home in the same way they came. In Jesus' name, amen.
To honor America with our national anthem, please welcome Nashville recording artist Louis Bryce.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed by the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
A very enthusiastic crowd here at the Nashville Fairgrounds, ready for the Tootsie's Cars Tour Music City Showdown. We'll step aside. When we come back, we'll fire the engines from Nashville.
Want an easy way to help take care of your vehicle? Z-Max Micro Lubricant. Z-Max Micro Lubricant is a DIY solution that pours into your fuel and oil. Z-Max proprietary molecules are uniquely small, so they literally soak into the metal, dispersing harmful carbon deposits. This improves horsepower, extends engine life, and reduces emissions. Z-Max is good for your car, your wallet, and the environment. Can be used in new or used vehicles. Available at zmax.com or your local auto parts store.
Eibach Road Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Designed for the most rugged and demanding off-road trails. Featuring front 2.5-inch coilovers and rear 2.5-inch reservoir shocks. Developed to provide maximum traction, consistency, and control off-road and on-road.
Hendrick. It's the perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and zero down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 650,000 five-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20 grand. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
Future champions and racing icons, the Cars Tour puts them all on the same track, and it puts you right in the middle of it. Affordable, family-friendly, and packed with edge-of-your-seat moments. This is short track racing the way it's meant to be. The Cars Tour, where the next generation becomes the next legend. On April 25th, the Cars Tour will be at Caraway Speedway in Sophia, North Carolina. To purchase tickets, scan the QR code on the screen or visit carsracingtour.com.
Back at the Nashville Fairgrounds, where the fans are starting to find their seats in what is about a capacity crowd here at this historic venue and facility, and for good reason. So far, 2026 has been off to a roaring start for the Cars Tour, the late model stocks, and the pro late models as well. It's only fitting to bring it to a place that means so much to so many and has been part of an integral piece of fabric that has been sewn together so many of the top talents that we have seen in motorsports. And that trend is going to continue on tonight, as many of the drivers across both fields are certainly well on their way in terms of their respective careers, and we do not know yet what role Nashville is going to play in each of their respective stories, but we know two drivers are going to walk out of here with a win on these hallowed grounds, a guitar in hand, and a new badge of honor to attach their racing resume.
I was about to say that this racetrack is one that you have to earn it if you're going to go to victory lane. There's no lucking into a race victory here. You have to have the car put together, but you have to have the driver. This track challenges these drivers with the bumps and the character, the fact that we're going to see some drivers that are out there and are going to take things a little more patient because they want to save their equipment to the end, and how you can find speed, where you can find speed. This is definitely a multi-groove racetrack that these drivers will be searching around for. So the pro late models stock cars, which again, it's been a return for them, for a lot of these pro late model guys and gals. This is familiar territory, being able to run these types of straight rail chassis cars at these racetracks. But Very seldom do they get to do it in atmospheres like this. I mean, we're just looking out over the grandstands right now, and the amount of folks that are walking up to their seats is getting me excited to be able to call this race.
The energy has just been reaching what I would say almost a perfect crescendo. Good musical term for Nashville.
Yeah,
I think that fits properly.
I can get behind that.
And we are close to the best noise of them all, and that is the engines firing here at this racetrack. That moment is quickly approaching. And also, let's not forget, there are 5 drivers in this Pro Late Model field vying for $10,000 in the Floatium. Let's go down trackside to get the engines fired.
Race fans, it is time to give the command to fire engines for the Tootsie's Music City Showdown for the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. Please welcome Nashville recording artist Logan Crosby.
Drivers, start your engine!
Gotta respect, yeah.
That is how you do it.
He took a breath and said it with his chest. There you go. That is how you do it.
And that sound is of 36 Pro Late Models coming to life, getting set to do battle here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. And as we mentioned, 5 drivers in the field vying for a $10,000 payday. The rule is simple. Beat the other 4 competitors, and we'll keep you abreast as to how that storyline unfolds, while everyone else is hoping to be able to hoist a guitar and trophy in Cookout Victory Lane after 100 laps for the pros at this incredible staple of motorsports history.
Again, you talk about history. This place began running stock cars pretty much as soon as it was paved. Again, it was opened in 1904 originally as a dirt track for horse racing. They put pavement on it in 1957. They started racing stock cars on it in 1958. They've pretty much been going ever since. Even in the history of this track, Eric, I can't believe this when I was looking at this earlier. At one point in 1969, they repaved this place. They put 35 degrees of banking in the corners. Now, that only lasted for a year, but I can't imagine that before lowering it to the 18 degrees of banking that are plenty for the great racing that we see today.
And it is the perfect formula for what is going to be a very fun contest throughout the 100 laps for the pros to 125 laps for the late model stock cars. And the rules are going to vary a little bit from race to race. Traditionally, we would see circumstances where there would be competition caution elements in play for the late model stock cars. Not tonight. There's going to be a break on or around halfway. That's going to happen for late model stock cars. However, for the pros, the competition caution rule remains in effect. It is 45 consecutive green flag laps. Cannot happen in the final 25, and it can only happen once in a given race. Look from our SRI and IntraSafe's drone. Here's our starting grid for the Pro Late Models in the Tootsie Music City Showdown, with Evan McKnight capturing his first career pole and hometown hero Dawson Sutton joining him on the front row.
We're going to talk about that a lot tonight. Hometown heroes Brody Monahan, a great showing. Brett Robinson, one of many drivers that are making a debut here. How about Mason Walters coming off the momentum of that win at Southern National Motorsports Park? Caden Honeycutt, another series champion, making out the outside of row 3.
Cody Dempster, who's made some late model stock car starts before, he comes over to the pro side. Brandon Lopez got in by the skin of his teeth to get that car ready. He rounds out the top 10. Case James racing for the Floatium prize, and Connor Jones your first 6 rows.
And again, Jones, the defending winner of Wake County, but still looking for that first pro late model win. James Seawright here in row 7. Davey Coble, a Nashville native, just in front of another Nashville native, and Aiden Potter. Ben Mayer, former series champion. Carson Ware, in fact, used to live just outside of turn 2. He used to watch races from his house here in Nashville.
Trey Lapsevich outside of row 9. Anthony Bello, Daniel Bolden take you through row 10. Corey Buser, Landon Huffman, another double-duty driver, row 11. Trey Craig, Rodney Dallas Jr. back to row 12.
Again, Cole Williams, Connor Popplewell, been around this place a number of times. London McKenzie, impressive. Hunter Wright making up row 14. Huge field here. Colton Hale, 29th. John Bradley rounds out the top 30.
And it takes you through the rest of the field, including Dylan Garner, who has been racking up some of the Flowmaster points, and he's going to have a chance to do it again from row 16. Zach Johnson, Ben Mack round out your full 36-car starting field. We had 2 cars that failed to qualify. Dusty Garris out of Somerville, South Carolina in the 22, and Blake Robertson, the other that was unable to make the field. Let's get one last breaking story from pit road. We'll throw it down to James Pike.
Eric and Blake, few drivers have had a greater adventure over the course of the past 7 days than Parker, Colorado's Cody Dempster, who competed in the Spears Cars Tour West last week, blew a motor, got the new motor in midweek, shook it down at his home track, Colorado National, middle of the week, and then drove immediately here to Nashville. He told me that these SC3 tires that they run on, they've got about 10 laps where you can sort of do whatever, and then they gradually taper off from about lap 10 to 25. So once we get towards the long green flag run, it could be even sailing, but you have to be careful with how you manage temps on those SC3s.
Thanks, Pike. That's a great point as well, and some of the differentiations between the late model stocks and the pros. As you see, the lights are out atop of the HedrickCars.com pace car. A moment that has been in the making for quite some time is finally here. The much anticipated ZMAX Cars Tour presence at the Nashville Fairgrounds, getting set to get underway. Pace car is off, the fans come to their feet, and the Tootsie's Cars Tour Music City Showdown from Nashville is green. Our Sound Gear Sound Check Live shows Evan McKnight able to fend off Dawson Sutton for the race lead, and he's able to get the top spot away as Sutton continues to trail him by a car length, double wide in the battle for fourth. Brody Monahan inside of the 31 on Caden Honeycutt in the 54.
Again, there were a couple of cars there, 4th, 5th row on back that kind of just did not get going so well on that initial start of the race. Brody Monahan, Caden Honeycutt, 31 and 54, left-hand side of your screen. A little bit of jockeying for position, and that's just going to be the characteristic of this racetrack, especially in these pro late models that tend to favor running around the bottom with a little bit less horsepower than what you see in a lot of straight rail races here in the supers. They're going to be fighting for the same piece of real estate, and you're going to see a couple of skirmishes like that. Drivers that are fighting for the same lane on entry and in the center of the corner.
And a lot of hustle to get through the corner, whether you're on the top lane or the bottom lane. Jackson Boone in the red 7, losing a spot, almost caught the wall, and evasive action for Lopez to not climb over the left rear of Boone as he kept the car off the concrete.
And especially this is where it gets tied off at 2 right there. You can see Brandon Lopez, car number 6. You see plenty of separation. He's right on the bottom, but those bumps are the worst at that end of the racetrack. So exiting these corners side by side is a little deceiving here. You would see it at a number of racetracks where you can just hold your lane, but the bumps make that so unpredictable. The exit here, these corners off of 2 and off of 4 are very narrow. You have to be really precise in how you approach these corners.
Top 2 have broken away. McKnight still the leader. Here's Brett Robinson on the 5. Right now kind of backing up to Brody Monahan, who is able to defend the spot over Caden Honeycutt. In fact, the 2 made contact. And if you see, the left rear tire on the 54 car has already lost the Hoosier lettering on that side after the bit of the door brush with Monahan, but they continue on.
And that's something that's going to show itself really quickly with the speeds and the loads that these cars take. You can see Chase Bergeson right there, that blue and orange number 22, fending off that number 6 car. Again, one of the Floatium competitors tonight that are competing for an additional $10,000. They just have to beat their other competitors that are a part of that program that are competing here tonight. And right now it would be Walters right now, that number 6 that holds claim to that spot. But that's outside of the top 10, and they are racing awfully hard for that.
So we see Robinson in the 5 drift up the racetrack there a little bit in that 3rd spot, with Monahan starting to close up in the Wheel and Engineering number 31. And Honeycutt has since fallen back a little bit. It's been a while since we've seen the Pro Late models. Their first race that kicked off the season was back at Southern National Motorsports Park. And now they get a chance to kind of scratch the itch. And however, some drivers have kept themselves quite busy, like Caden Honeycutt, who was in the truck race last night at Bristol, had a shot to compete for the win until being swept up in a crash not of his own doing, as this battle for 3rd begins to intensify off the 2nd corner.
And this is the measured approach that it takes to try and and get around a car here at Nashville Fairgrounds. You can see poking out the left front, Brody Monahan in that number 31. Just curious to see how this track widens out. You could see the paint that was laid down as Monahan. You could see him. It's very easy to do here at this racetrack. You saw the sparks coming out. That's him making contact with the apron. It's so inviting when you try to cut back down, exit the corner, to be able to clip that with your left front. But really curious to see how this track widens out. You can see the paint that was laid down earlier this week. At least they're pretty much gone there on the bottom lane. The drivers have used it up as they've tried to find grip at other parts of the racetrack.
Now Honeycutt starting to reel this battle back in that 54 car. Again, this all going on for about 3rd, 4th, and 5th, with Robertson still holding down that position as things stand right now.
And again, we've heard kind of a different consensus on the tire that these cars are running. We heard the report from James Pike. He spoke to Cody Dempster about what he thought this race was going to look like, how much these drivers were potentially going to have to save tires. But it's going to be interesting to see who is able to save, or if we're able to keep going. Again, a lot of these drivers on the track walk that run in the Southeast, that run in late model stock car races, they were looking at the asphalt and walking on it and saying, man, this reminds me of a Florence or a Myrtle Beach, the way the surface is.
A lot of drivers said that it's a workout to hustle around this racetrack, and that most of the drivers are going to be doing it for the most laps in succession that they have over the course of the last 3 days. As we check back in on the leader, Evan McKnight, who started on the pole, had to fight for that race lead on the opening lap, and he's trying to match what his teammate Mason Walters was able to do in the season opening round. Now, Evan had a pretty strong showing to kick off 2026. When he left Southern National Motorsports Park, he walked out of there with a top 10 as well, finished 7th. But as we heard from him pre-race, there is a high amount of confidence for this young man, and you can see why. He is not only keeping Sutton at bay, but he's pulling away from him now, as we have Landon Huffman on the pit lane with a problem. And he will pull that number 46 car down to the inside. And it may be a premature ending for Huffman on the Pro Late Model side of things here in Nashville tonight.
See how this field is kind of separated, and I want to call it almost packs. You can see this bright colored number 14 machine. That is Davey Coble right now in that number 14. One of many drivers that have been around this racetrack a number of times. A Pro Late Model debut for him as they go side by side off of turn 2. That's the Hettinger Racing number 5 that's on the high side trying to hang on right now. Have a couple of entries here. They'll have the late model stock with Chase Burrow competing in the late model stock race here in a little bit.
So this battle right now taking place between Bello and Seawright is for 15th on the racetrack, with Aiden Potter just behind them in 17th spot. And you see these two cars open up a little bit of separation in the corner, and Seawright is going to be able to make that move and get around Bello on the main straightaway. Potter now in his second Cars Tour Pro Late Model start, trying to size up Bello in a Fetchel Motorsports number 51.
Now remember, this is that part of the race, per that report from James Pike, that this is where drivers are going to start to kind of feel it out if they have a long run car. Again, a lot of these drivers not making so many very long runs. So Lapsevich, you can see as soon as, if you can nail the exit, it looks really smooth. If you make just a little bit of a mistake, the bumps catch you so off guard. As you can see, that yellow 30 car really moving around a lot on the exit of the corner, trying to hit it right. There's one of our Floatium competitors, number 67, right now, that is just ahead of Trey Lapsevich holding on. Former series champion Ben Mayer, but also has the opportunity to take home that 10 grand.
So right now, Case James in the 15 and Connor Jones. This is for the final spot in the top 10. Jones holds that for now. James just behind, then Mayer and Lapsevich. The 4 cars that are dueling it out right now for 10th position in a race that has gone clean and green since the start. We're almost a quarter of the way through. Next lap left 25 laps in the books, 75 to go. And the race leader is starting to catch the tail end of the field. So the gap was 0.6 of a second the last time through between Evan McKnight, the leader, and Dawson Sutton, who sits second. But they are quickly closing in on a couple of cars who trail the tail end of the field.
And again, that's a gap that started to narrow before McKnight started to see what may be some lap traffic out his windshield here in just the next couple of laps. But this is where it's going to get difficult for Evan McKnight again. He hasn't led a race in the Cars Tour Pro Late Models up to this point in his career, so learning all of those things, how to be up front, how to control a race, how to deal with lap traffic, all very important, and how to manage this situation. As Sutton, you can see the lap times making up just a little bit of ground lap by lap.
And one note on his teammate, our season opening winner at Southern National Motorsports Park, Mason Walters. Unfortunately for him, it appears as though his transponder is not working. He's currently sitting on the racetrack behind Chase Bergeson in the 6th spot, so that would mean that he is running in 7th. And officials are going to have to keep track of Walters, as right now he is not showing his turn to lap, but he continues to be on the racetrack. As Sutton starts to turn up the heat for the lead, and McKnight immediately drops to the bottom.
Oh, and then he goes up top, and Sutton was not expecting that, trying to build a run off the corner. So this is where it gets difficult here. Just about 28 laps into this race. How do you manage this? McKnight a little bit looser. Sutton looking awfully stable in that number 62. As you mentioned, Landon Huffman pulling off. Also saw Daniel Bolden, the 09, that just came across our tower here on the pit lane. So Bolden with an issue as well. Battle for the lead is off at turn 2.
Oh, McKnight tried to shut the door, but Sutton had the fender inside. McKnight powers through on the top of the racetrack, and they've got the tail end of the lead lap side by side in front of the battle for the lead.
And not only is there lap traffic, there's side-by-side lap traffic. You can see McKnight got further up the racetrack than he wanted. He had to back out of it, got really tight there off the corner, and really has no other option to try and pass some of the slower cars. That's Ben Mack, the number 13, going a lap down. But new leader with 70 to go, now 69 to go. It is Dawson Sutton.
Ben Mack in the 13 falling a lap off the leaders, and since losing the lead, McKnight now may have some pressure coming from Brett Robinson in the 5 car, who started to close up as Sutton looks low on Taylor Corum to put her 1 lap off the leaders.
And there were some questions about how much fall off we would have. There's quite a bit of fall off right now. 32 laps in. Dawson Sutton's best time was a 19.294 that he ran on lap 5. He's down to the 20.2s right now, so that's a full second here, not even 40 laps into this race, so a very decent amount of fall off. Is that a little bit of smoke coming out of the 62?
I thought that I saw that a few laps ago as well, and he got into the middle of the corner. We keep our eyes on this rack reward of a 62 machine, which, as you can tell by the banner, this is one of our Floatium competitors, thanks to Keelan Harvick finishing 2nd at the opener. But it is Sutton who continues to lead.
And McKnight either has a problem or he just had a horrible stroke of luck getting caught up in all of this lap traffic that you see right here. Again, he lost half a second the previous lap. He ran a 21 flat. So he is having a real struggle with it. As again, we have a lot of these cars. A majority of these cars are on the lead lap. They're just outside of the top 5. But McKnight right now struggling to try to get around this racetrack.
McKnight's car has gotten very sideways on corner exit the last few laps, as he now has Honeycutt closing in on him. Just in front of them, you see a bit of a moment there by the lap car, the number 16 of Zach Johnson, who got loose coming off the turn. He yields to the inside. So McKnight has fallen to 4th. Honeycutt runs in 5th. And there's more cars starting to set up the Congo line behind him.
You can even see the hood flapping on those cars. And again, aero coming into play here. A lot of speed, especially that these pro late models are taking it in the corner with these lighter race cars than what we see in the late model stock cars. Honeycutt trying to run down McKnight, who seems to have settled in. There's a really good side-by-side battle going on behind them as Chase Bergeson, number 22, trying to hang on up top. That 6 car trying to get on by.
Again, that 6 car, Mason Walters, evidently the transponder not working on that machine. This is, in fact, a battle for 6 that Walters just took away from Bergeson. Now Jackson Boone in the 7 car inside of Bergeson as they touch once.
And again, it's 45 consecutive green flag laps that we would have a competition caution. Not going to happen in the late model stocks. Only in the pro late model race. They'll have a halfway break to refuel in the late model stock car race a little bit later on tonight. But coming up on that opportunity to try and improve your spot at the choose, which you've watched a lot of races here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. It's that top lane, at least initially, that gets rolling on a lot of these starts. And we kind of saw that play out on the initial start. Third, fourth, fifth row there on the inside. Really struggled to get going.
And the potential for that comp yellow is now 5 laps away as Bergeson is able to fend off the 7 car for now. And he gets a shot from behind as Boone gave him a little bit of a love tap that time.
And a little bit of a tap, but you haven't seen near the bumping and banging that we saw at Wake County Speedway a couple weeks ago. You just can't afford to do it here. These cars are going so fast. Just a little bit of contact can spell big problems. We've seen a lot of really respectful racing so far here in the Pro Late Models.
All the while, Dawson Sutton has opened up a 1-second advantage over Brett Robinson. Monahan to third. McKnight has stopped the bleeding in fourth. Honeycutt fifth as Bergeson continues to try to hold on to this spot, which is actually a fight for 7th because Mason Walters is running in the 6th spot right now.
And again, with that competition caution, you'd imagine that they might take the opportunity to try to give that 6 car a transponder or so to help with timing and scoring. I don't know if they'd be able to add all the laps, but just to be able to measure certain things in the finishing order if it were to come down to that. So we'll see if that's something that the officials will address. If they do, he'll be able to get his spot right back.
McKnight now under heavy pressure again from Caden Honeycutt, who closed in on this fight, and McKnight's teammate, the aforementioned Walters, in the 6 car, also closing up on this group.
Again, another Bryson Lopez Racing entry. His teammate, that's a car behind Ferguson, and number 6 of Brandon Lopez, as they're going to come around this time to take that competition caution. Boone's going to try to get Bergeson the final timing loop that the Cars Tour recognizes at the line, but is not going to be able to get there in time.
So 45 consecutive green flag laps for the Pro Late Models to kick things off here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. Dawson Sutton, the All-American 400 winner, is out in front of the field looking to capture a $10,000 Floatium bonus for the Rackley War Racing team. Sutton the leader under our first caution. 55 laps to go for the pros here in Nashville. Come on back. It's the Tootsie's Music City Showdown.
Want an easy way to help take care of your vehicle? Z-Max Micro Lubricant. Z-Max Micro Lubricant is a DIY solution that pours into your fuel and oil. Z-Max proprietary molecules are uniquely small, so they literally soak into the metal, dispersing harmful carbon deposits. This improves horsepower, extends engine life, and reduces emissions. Z-Max is good for your car, your wallet, and the environment. Can be used in new or used vehicles. Available at zmax.com or your local auto parts store.
Lessen the noise of the track, not the rush of the race. With Sound Gear, hearing protection solutions that lap the competition. Perfect for racers, crew, fans, or anyone who works or plays in loud places. Sound Gear, official hearing protection sponsor of Z-Max Cars Tour. Sound Gear, ready for anywhere sound is a problem.
Future champions and racing icons. The Cars Tour puts them all on the same track, and it puts you right in the middle of it. Affordable, family-friendly, and packed with edge-of-your-seat moments. This is short track racing the way it's meant to be. The Cars Tour, where the next generation becomes the next legend. On April 25th, the Cars Tour will be at Caraway Speedway in Sophia, North Carolina. To purchase tickets, scan the QR code on the screen or visit carsracingtour.com.
Welcome back to the Nashville Fairgrounds here in Nashville, Tennessee for the Tootsie's Music City Showdown. Under our first caution on lap number 45, a competition caution, the only one we will have on the night, with Dawson Sutton the leader. We're looking at Brandon Lopez. And Brandon is tonight's Sound Gear driver profile. We're going to shine a spotlight on Brandon, who has done a tremendous job since committing to this tour. The driver who hails from Woodstock, Georgia, 25 total Pro Late Model starts, scored the first win at Caraway last summer, and has been transitioning their efforts over to the late model stock car side, and he has been having a blast and fielding cars for several other drivers as well, and he has become a prominent fixture in the Cars Tour pit area.
And remember talking to him late last year about the steps that they wanted to take and really investing in this program, not only on the pro late model side, you can see as a winner on this side of the Cars Tour as well, but what we've seen out of that car that he's had in the 6 in the late model stock car side. They brought Trevor Ward over to help with that program and to try to prepare those cars and get them up to speed. He had an incredible qualifying effort. He started really well in a lot of late model races, just trying to kind of figure out those few details or so to get their cars running better on the long run on that side of things. But really impressive what they've built and the improvement we've seen on the pro late model side, but also on the late model stock side as well, is just beginning.
We see Dawson Sutton out in front. Now, he too was quite busy already this week. He was running in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race at Bristol last night. But now back to a place that he calls home, and quite the warm reception for the Lebanon, Tennessee driver in front of the crowd here when he got the chance to get introduced into this capacity stadium right now. So let's get an update on our Southern National Motorsports Park winner. Let's go down to Pike.
Really busy pit stop for Mason Walters. They fixed a transponder issue. Quick note from the crew, they said you looked a little loose at the beginning of the run, but at the end of it, you looked really settled in. You looked like one of the best cars on the racetrack. So now that the transponder issue is sorted, maybe, just maybe, we might see Mason Walters make a move towards the front.
Thanks, Mike. And by virtue of the choose, he will be restarting behind his teammate, Evan McKnight. So as they came through the choose, as you said, Blake, that top lane appears to be a bit preferred. That's what Dawson Sutton wanted.
Well, and again, this is going to be the balance that these drivers have to try and strike, right? Is everyone that I talked to talked about the top side rolling on these restarts and how on the front stretch you want to be on that outside. The bottom lane just has issues spinning the tires, just not getting going quite as well. But here in the pros, it's kind of the opposite side, that once you get going, we saw how quickly the field funneled down to the bottom lane. So you hope to get going, you get your spot, you're able to get back down in line.
So Dawson Sutton, the 62, the control car. Brett Robinson on the bottom in the 5. Brody Monahan outside in the 31 in row 2. Caden Honeycutt 54. That's your front 4. 55 to go as they come through the iRacing restart zone.
Much better launch for the inside that time as Bergeson going to look 3 wide on Honeycutt, backs out of it, causes a huge stack up. There's still 3 wide down the back, and Bergeson shuts the door. He saves it, avoids his teammate. There's still 3 wide again. How are they going to make that work?
Oh, Ben Mayer almost up into the wall. Boone trying to get back up the track as he bounces off a Dempster in the 24.
Again, you can run 3 wide in the corners, but on exit, that is difficult to do. Heads up driving from the field to somehow make that work as Bergeson was able to get back down in that 22. And a really nice job there from Jackson Boone, too, in the 7 car to be able to recognize that situation. 3 wide again into 1.
Deucer way up the outside, now in a 4-wheel drift on the outside of that 14 car, right side of your frame. He got around Dallas in the 25.
Oh, that cut down. That's London McKenzie in the 95 trying to get down there. Someone else has shot up the racetrack. Able to collect it up. That's the number 19. Was down in the pit lane under that latest caution flag amongst a number of competitors. So Connor Popplewell gets in the marbles a little bit. We'll have to clean off his tires. But man, what a hectic restart there.
And Bergeson and Jackson Boone have gotten into each other a few times so far tonight. And as we're going to come up to the cross flags next time through, it may not be the last time as the battle for second is starting to intensify.
You see Sutton doing a lot of what he and McKnight were able to do on that first run, but Brody Monahan been trying to manage his race car. Looks to be really good, really smooth. That's Brett Robinson, the number 5. That's the other thing about Nashville. If you can get where Robinson's running, especially in 1 and 2, where your left side tires are barely underneath where that paint's laid down, you can make it really difficult to try and pass, even if you're struggling a little bit. Oh, McKnight, a little bit of a slip back there in the 20 off of 4.
So Sutton's going to pick up the iRacing halfway award. Caden Honeycutt dusted off the third lane a little bit there. He washes up the racetrack in the middle of that Setzer Racing and Development sandwich. McKnight in the 20, Honeycutt in the 54. And again, Mason Walters still having the issue with the transponder, but running on the racetrack in 6th.
Really liked what Honeycutt did there in the 54. He was experimenting a little bit, trying to find if that far outside groove would work here. And I just think for the pro lates, it's just difficult to see. If you've watched super races here, and again, that's what a lot of these drivers had to rely on. They had to get subscriptions to their favorite streaming service, which of course is FloRacing, and watch races here to be able to find out how these races play out and what they're able to do, and had to rely on watching the All-American 400. I know a couple of drivers that I spoke to that reference the All-American 400 and just getting notes to see how this place works. But for these pros, difficult to try to make that outside lane work with less horsepower that they have compared to a super.
And we're seeing that once things get a little bit more spacious and spread out, as we got a car sideways off of turn 2. And around goes Anthony Bello off the second corner, and that's going to draw the caution. This will be yellow flag number 2 after Bello gets spun off the second corner. Our first caution for cause. Bello was running 16th at the time, may have bounced off of one of our Floatium contenders, Case James. The car spun sideways, but he was able to keep it from rolling back up into traffic, but it will slow the field for the second time tonight.
I think there's a lot of drivers over the years that are grateful for that indent in the wall on the exit of turn number 2 on the inside.
Second caution is out, 47 laps to go. Come on back for the restart from Nashville. Looking high above the Nashville Fairgrounds from our SRI and Citrus Safe Cleaners drone under our second caution, first for cause, after Anthony Bello had a single car spin off of turn number 2, slowing the race with 47 laps to go. Dawson Sutton continues to lead. The first 45 laps in this race ran clean and green. We got a few laps in after that restart before Bello's spin has slowed the field momentarily. Been a great night so far for Brody Monahan, who picks the outside for the upcoming restart. He's currently running in 3rd for more on the 31 car. Let's go to James Pike.
Yeah, Brody Monahan and Brett Robinson had a pretty good run last time. They were able to gap Evan McKnight and Caden Honeycutt, and they got on the radio with Monahan during the yellow. They said, be cognizant of the gap. If you've got room to try things, don't be afraid to change your line to adjust things if you're having trouble getting around the cars ahead of you. But if you get a gap like that, don't be afraid to experiment just a little bit. Take advantage of what the race is giving you.
Well, and I think that's why these restarts are so important, because that's how you get that enough of an advantage to where you build a gap behind you, and you can do kind of what Honeycutt did. Again, I think that was a veteran move, kind of what he was doing in 1 and 2, and a couple of drivers have followed suit and trying to find some speed, especially at that end of the racetrack. 3 and 4 looks like you still want to be on the bottom, but 1 and 2, these drivers are still searching around looking for a little bit of speed. 1
lap away from the restart. Sutton again picking the outside lane with Brett Robinson in the 5 on the bottom. Row 2 is going to be made up of Caden Honeycutt, Brody Monahan, and Brandon Lopez, our Sound Gear driver, spotlight driver of the night, cracking the top 5, picking the inside lane for this upcoming restart. So Sutton will be the control car again to the restart zone. Robinson on the inside in the green and black number 5. 47 laps to go for the Pro late model stocks waiting in the wings as Sutton gets us back underway through the iRacing restart zone. Robinson's having a go of it there on the bottom, but Sutton will clear to the lead and chop down to turn 3 to get the bottom back.
And important to do that early, as soon as you can get clear, to try to get down to the bottom in 3 and 4. Take that clean air away from Brett Robinson in second. Him, Monahan, and how about Caden Honeycutt? You utilize that choose to go out of line to choose the inside, was able to make up a couple of spots on that restart.
Boy, Honeycutt there almost got up and underneath Robinson. And he's still applying pressure all over the rear spoiler.
And Honeycutt utilizing that yellow line, running right on it in 3 and 4 to try to make that move. We saw a couple situations back in the field. They got a little hairy there. They sorted it out. We keep going. As Honeycutt looking to try and get by in that battle for second. There's Lopez. He's carved through a couple of cars these last few laps. And, you know, got to say, McKnight really struggled, although I think that was just lap traffic. That wasn't so much his car. Although it has gotten free a couple of times. It's gotten a little loose in that number 20. I think it was just being at the wrong place at the wrong time in lap traffic. He's settled in nicely right now in 4th. And there's Brandon Lopez looking to try and clear Boone off at 2, but can't quite do it. Oh, Boone got a little bit of the wall.
Oh, Monahan up the inside of Honeycutt, who leaves the door open just enough for Brody to think about trying to keep the fender inside, but Honeycutt pulls him off corner 4.
And that's why you have to be smart with the moves that you make. If you're the 54 of Caden Honeycutt, you have opportunities to try and pass that number 5, but if you're unsuccessful here, it costs you a little bit of time if you have to lift a little bit. Brody Monahan showing very similar speed to what Honeycutt has right now, so you have to pick your way through very smart. You can see how Honeycutt's trying to do it. Build that run, cut down off at 2, to try and build it down the backstretch, because this is going to be where you're going to make that pass in 3 and 4. If you can get that run off at 2 and show your nose to the inside of 3, that's where you're going to have to get it done.
This is happening now, 3/4 of a second behind Dawson Sutton, the leader, and here's Honeycutt. Pressure applied inside of the 5 car of Robinson. This is for second spot in 3.
And Robinson, I think, trying to let Honeycutt back around so he can get back down in front of Monahan, and it's going to work. They're going to go into 1 and 2. Honeycutt clears. And I think that's going to be all she wrote there. Honeycutt, though, bobbling a little bit, but able to pull away in 1 and 2. Really masterful job there by Honeycutt. Leaned into him a little bit, but got the job done.
Now it's up to Brody Monahan to see how he wants to handle Robinson on the 5 in what is now a fight for 3rd position. Monahan started the season off with some pace at Southern National Motorsports Park, but did not get the result they were hoping for. Was 15th when all was said and done, but he has been lightning quick here every time the pros have been on the racetrack, especially today. Running in 4th, looking for a podium effort if he can get by Robinson.
In his best finish in this series, that being Brody Monahan, was 3rd that he ran at Ace a couple of, or last year rather, in that spring race at Ace Speedway. We'll be visiting there in about a month's time or so. And the Cars Tour next up is Caraway, and a track that honestly, in terms of size and structure, may not be exactly like Nashville Fairgrounds, but I think there's a fair amount of comparisons that you can make between those two racetracks.
Continuing to keep our eyes on this fight for 3rd on back with McKnight, the pole sitter, kind of lurking there in that 5th spot. Brandon Lopez in the blue number 6 just behind Jackson Boone in the 7, running in 7th position. You can just see how rough turn 2 is. I mean, that is unbelievable.
Well, and you can see that Lopez is right there. He almost makes the move, and then right at the last second just isn't quite able to get there. Probably hits a little bit of the bumps, hits a little bit of the dirty air, and it's so easy to push off of turn number 2 in that situation. I was impressed that Honeycutt was able to pass Monahan like he did, Brett Robinson in the number 5, as Monahan is trying to get around that number 5. One car pulling into the pits. It's the 46 of Cole Williams, who's a couple of laps behind the leaders, but looks like his night may be done.
We also received an update from Pike a short while ago that Landon Huffman and his pro late model efforts, he said, it blew up. That's why Huffman pulled off the racetrack about 50 laps ago. Now, since getting second spot, Honeycutt has been able to kind of stabilize the gap between himself and Dawson Sutton, the leader. But it is about 1 second, and Sutton is still about a half a lap away from catching the tail end of the field. So if Honeycutt is going to hope this race stays green and that maybe traffic can somehow bottle up Sutton, it's got a good bit still to wait for that to happen.
Again, we still have 30 cars that are running on the lead lap. You can see the lap times that we were talking about earlier. Again, it was about a second of fall off in the first 30 laps of this race. And really since then, I mean, you can even see what Sutton was running. The times have picked up. Oh, McKnight, huge slide in turn 4. Perhaps he got a little bit of help there from Brandon Lopez. Great save for the 20 car. As he'll gather it back up, he'll lose a pair of positions out of it. And oh, you can see he is fighting that race car in the middle of 1 and 2 as well.
Here comes his teammate, Mason Walters, the season opening winner.
Man.
Not sure that that's going to get any better for McKnight, as here comes the Setzer Racing and Development pair down the home stretch. Again, the 6 car to the inside, not picking up on timing and scoring. This is a battle for position. It's for 7th with the defending champion and former pilot of that 6 car, Ben Mayer, just behind.
And then you hope this is a learning opportunity for Evan McKnight. I mean, when that car is, you're having to chase that much on entry, it just never gets any easier. And he's doing a great job right now on the outside, free race car, holding his position and at least making these drivers work for it right around where that floatium battle is taking place. But this is where a young driver like McKnight, you can see how that car wants to step out on entry. That is so difficult to manage, not only anywhere, but especially here at Nashville Fairgrounds. So he's going to have his hands full for the next 27 laps.
Ben Mayer in the 67, eligible for a floatium opportunity thanks to Trayton Lapsovich taking the keys to the race car. When they kicked things off in the opener, he was running the truck race at St. Petersburg, finished 11th after starting 35th. Today's also been a great day for the Mayer family. It's his father's Jim's birthday today. Ben's hoping that he can gift him a guitar if he can gain a few more spots and get up towards the front here, as he is currently running in the 9th spot.
And Brandon Lopez just looking really solid right now with the handling of his race car after that restart about 30 laps ago or so. It's really just a big difference between the cars that are just building free. We don't see a lot of cars built tight here. Again, that's something that's just the way these cars are set up. It's not often you see a lot of cars that are tight here. They're swinging free. It's an abrasive enough surface that even on these harder tires that these pro late models run, that there's still a little bit of wear that can build in. Although we were talking about it earlier that Sutton had sped up kind of from what he had. We had about a second of fall off immediately in the first 30 laps, and now that the track's cooling down, they're picking up speed as we continue to go through this race.
Sutton has opened up a 1.5 second advantage over Honeycutt now, but he is on the same straightaway as some of the cars that are either on the tail end of the lead lap or already 1 lap down. See Lopez here already with a bit of a mark on that right front fender, where you can see he may have gotten into a left rear tire while battling for position to work his way up into this top 5. Lopez started 10th. He's steadily climbed his way forward, looking for more, and almost got a little bit too much of Brody Monahan off too.
Again, that's the 2nd or 3rd time we've seen that exact instance where that 6 car is trying to complete that pass off of 2, just hits a little bit of those bumps, and it's not just, oh, they drove over some bumps. I mean, it is jarring when you're seeing these race cars, when you're looking at these onboards, when you ask these drivers about it, it's shaking your whole body, it's shaking the race car. Very difficult to deal with, but finally able to kind of strike that balance here as they go side by side on the front straightaway. Position in the top 5 up for grabs. It was Lopez who's looking to take 4th, and now Boone looking to follow suit as well.
So Lopez is going to move up to that 4th spot, and here comes Jackson Boone trying to crack the top 5. And all the while, the laps are clicking off quickly. We're inside 20 to go.
I think classy there from Monahan. Had an opportunity, a little bit of a run there off of 2 last time to maybe try to challenge Lopez, but backs out, says you're the faster car, you're in that spot. This is what Dawson Sutton has in front of him, a couple of car lengths before he gets to Ben Mack in that blue and yellow number 13. Monte Carlo decals, I'm a fan of that. Old school there for Ben Mack. But you see the advantage that Dawson Sutton has. How hard do these lap cars fight to try and stay on the lead lap at this later part of the race? Brandon Willard waving the blue flag. Ben Mack gets out of the way. So Sutton can navigate around quickly. Again, you see a little smoke out of that 62. But he lost about 3 or 4 tenths of a second just trying to get around that 13 car right there.
And the other thing to consider is that Sutton may be coming up on some cars that are not handling all that well as Taylor Corum gives room to the leader. Now Mack comes up to the inside. Tony Cosentino pulls down to the bottom. So some of the traffic here really playing to Sutton's favor, allowing him a chance to get through without losing too much time.
Again, we talked about during qualifying that Rackley War, again, their origins stem here right in the state of Tennessee. It's a really special racetrack for that group. It's an important race for that entire race team, who again are spread amongst many cars and series that are running throughout the course of this weekend. Again, Keelan Harvick, he's running the cars to a west right now. So they're spread all over the country, but a very important race for this Rackley War team to try to win.
Oh, Corum almost caught the wall there on the exit of turn number 4 as Lopez came by. And Lopez may not be done yet. He is turning up the pressure on Brett Robinson for what would be a battle for the final spot on the podium.
And Lopez just doing a really solid job. And despite the traffic that he's going through, he's running laps that would rival what Dawson Sutton is laying down right now. Just doesn't have the track position. As you can see, Constantino there in the 11, giving way to Brett Robinson in the 5. Lopez in the 6. So I just wonder if that 6 has good enough fire-off speed. I know a lot would have to happen, but can Lopez, if he were to get that yellow that he could probably utilize, man, look at that drive he has off of turn 2.
Able to point that thing down for a late apex off the second corner and dive to the inside of Robinson to move up into 3rd place.
$11 to go. Really classy there from Brett Robinson, who I think can see the gap that's behind him, knows his car may not be handling all that great right now. Lets Brandon Lopez go. So good night to spotlight Brandon Lopez here with our Sound Gear driver spotlight, running up in the 3rd position. And again, how valuable this time is for Brandon Lopez right now for so many of these drivers that he's going to be racing in the late model stock race that have gotten some track time over the last couple of days, but any amount when the teams are this green and have this little of a notebook, so important. So I'm sure he's soaking in every lap that he can right now to learn everything he can about this racetrack that'll help him for 125 laps.
We'll see if that parlays over to the late model stock affair, as now Jackson Boone is under fire from Brody Monahan, and Mason Walters is lurking not that far behind these two. Again, Walters still in the 7th position as things run right now. In fact, we heard from our chief scorer, Lee Watson, who confirmed that the 6 did have the transponder evidently fail on lap 2, and they have been hand scoring the 6 car ever since. So Walters,
old school.
Well, definitely old school, at an old school venue.
I was about to say they started out hand scoring here, so.
So Walters running in 6. Here's Lopez to the inside of Honeycutt for 2nd. Honeycutt trying to get to the inside of Colton Hale, who just went a lap down. Lopez's car is on a rail right now.
And that did not help Honeycutt right there, who I'm sure saw the situation unfolding, that he needed to get away from Lopez. Lopez is rolling, and unfortunately that brought Lopez right into the clutches of that number 54 car, who just has to do everything he can right now to try and hang on for the next 6 laps. But man, Lopez through 1 and 2 is just insane right now in that number 6 car.
The way that he kind of sets up a little bit high in the middle of the corner, points the car down, is able to get a good drive off of turn 4. 5 to go. This the battle for the runner-up spot. Lopez inside as they almost come together on the approach to the first corner.
Man, Lopez, again, he drove on the bottom right through all of those bumps and maintained with Honeycutt. That's how good that number 6 car is right now. And Honeycutt, whoa, he's making him work for it. It's not going to be easy. But Lopez definitely with the faster race car. But Honeycutt, we know how talented he is. Hard racing, but clean racing between these two.
They're going to be coming up on 3 laps to go. Dawson Sutton cleared of this battle now by 2 seconds, but in some very heavy traffic. Sutton up on the backside of Trey Craig in his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut. London McKenzie, who had a podium at the season opener, not having the run that they were hoping for. 22nd spot right now is who is up ahead of Sutton. Dylan Garner also in that mix as well. And Dawson is just hoping this race stays green.
Again, no need to push the issue. 2.5 seconds that he has built and he has earned over the battle for second that's taking place between Honeycutt and Brandon Lopez. No need to really even pass these cars up here. Just be smooth, bring it on home.
Off of turn number 4. White flag in the air for Dawson Sutton. This team started off the season with a runner-up finish in Southern National Motorsports Park with Keelan Harvick. That put them in a spot to contest for the Floatium bonus, $10,000 going to the organization. Sutton's not only going to do that, he's going to capture the guitar as well. Dawson Sutton wins the Pro Late Model portion of the Cars Tour stop in Nashville. $10,000 check. Guitar check. Win at home check. Dawson Sutton has done it all tonight.
And he is going to be happy about this one. There's a lot of fans that are going to be happy about this one. He got a great ovation during driver introductions and just did it the right way. Had a great car, made the right moves, and just such an impressive performance. We talked about the importance of this race for Rackley War. They get to go up in what's an awesome victory lane here that's staged just inside the quarter mile here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. Taking a little bit of the difficult path to get there, but he's found it.
And it's a place that he knows how to get to for sure. It was just last year that he won the All-American 400 here at Nashville. The big season-ending super late model race that is put on here. Going to run in November again later on this season. But as you said, Blake, the reception that Dawson received in front of this crowd from nearby Lebanon, Tennessee, and again, of course, the day job of running in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Even though that race was on the docket last night, he put himself in a position where he wanted to be available for this race and this opportunity, knowing what it means to the city and the fans in this surrounding area, and he made the most of it. And also, the highest finishing Floatium driver, $10,000 richer to the Rackley War team. Let's go down to James Pike, who's in Cookout, Victory Lane.
It's a little bit of fun confusion on the radio from the Rackley War team. They weren't sure exactly where Victory Lane was going to be, but Dawson Sutton is a driver who, as you all mentioned, knows where Victory Lane is at the Fairgrounds pretty well. He won the All-American 400 back in the fall, the biggest race annually on the calendar for a long, long time, and now he's got one of the biggest races this track has screened in the spring in a long time to add to his resume as the winner of the Pro Late Model portion of the Tootsie's Music City Showdown. And y'all made a good point, too, that it's a Middle Tennessean winning a race in front of Middle Tennesseans, and no doubt that he will be excited to climb out of the car and celebrate as a winner here at the Fairgrounds in Nashville as Dawson Sutton gets the job done and comes home with a good amount of money to boot. Easy Race crew coming in to celebrate with him. Dawson, you get the win. You get the $10,000 Floatium bonus for Rackley War. You get to do it in front of a crowd like this. What's the biggest piece that stands out to you about your trip to Cookout Victory Lane tonight?
Yeah, it feels really good. You know, my team brought me a really good car all weekend, and I'm just so thankful, you know, to be home in front of this great crowd. I can't thank all the fans for coming out. It's just the greatest crowd I've ever seen here. It's truly amazing. So can't thank all my guys. You know, I can't thank Wendell Mobley and for letting me drive his car, and I can't thank Rackley Roofing as well. So just thankful, and I'm excited to, you know, go on to the next one.
How easy was this for you? This thing looked hooked up from lap 1 just about. Did you have to sort of settle into a rhythm a little bit, or was it really that fast right from the drop of the green?
Yeah, it's been really fast all weekend. I'm just so thankful for my guys for bringing me a great car. I feel like, every time we come here, we have a really good piece, so I'm just super thankful for all of them. And, it wasn't as easy as it looked, but I'm just super thankful.
This is your backyard. You know about this track as well as anybody. To have a crowd like that tonight behind you, how big is it for this place, and what does it mean to the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway and to the greater Nashville community?
Yeah, it means the world. Ever since I saw this race on the schedule, I marked it down and I told, my guys that I wanted to run it. So it really just means the world to me, and I can't thank, all the people at the Cars Tour for putting on a great show. And, seeing this crowd is just truly amazing.
And if you have any doubt, he's a volunteer. He's got a Power Orange tee on his helmet. He is indeed a VFL, and he is a winner here at Nashville. Dawson Sutton gets the job done in the Pro Late Models.
Thanks, Pike. One common thread that I have seen across the lead up to this event and this event alone from just about everybody that we've talked to, the understanding of the big picture of how important this place is to motorsports as a whole. And it's quite fitting that someone who grew up not that far from this facility pours his heart and soul into the surrounding area. As you said, the Rackley War team, the seeds of that organization being planted here in Nashville. For Dawson to be the one to lay claim to the first race on this weekend, certainly a storybook ending for him and everyone who has grown up rooting for drivers based out of this region.
Well, and again, I think we need to give a shout out to the entire Pro Late Model field on what we saw there. They're a great race that played out a lot of really hard racing, but clean racing. It was really, really fun to watch and see how it all played out. Again, Honeycutt and Lopez, what a great battle that they had going on at the end. We'll talk to each of them coming up here in just the next few moments. Brett Robinson, a part of the fixture all day long, ends up with a top 5, and even Boone there in the number 7 car, a great run for Jackson Boone there out of Franklin, Tennessee.
It should be noted that our winner of our opening round, Mason Walters, did finish 7th. So, in fact, Lee already handed us the updated results, including that there. We'll take a look at some of the other drivers. Bergeson, who held on to a car that appeared to be a bit challenging. Corey Deucer, he started a little bit further back, worked his way up into the top 15. Aiden Potter, another strong run. He got a top 10 on debut at North Wilkesboro, top 15 in his second Cars Tour start.
Well, and again, it was a difficult field. Just look at the quality of cars. I mean, you're looking at the number 51 Rick Ware Racing machine that won the owner's title last year. They went a lap down. It was a very strong field tonight here at Nashville Fairgrounds.
The lone on-track incident for the night, the solo spin by Anthony Bello, rebounded to finish 25th, however, 1 lap off the leaders. The celebration continues for Dawson Sutton and team, with the late model stocks approaching the opportunity for their chance to hit the racetrack for the first time with the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear after Sutton wins over Honeycutt and Lopez, our top 3 finishers on the night for the Pro Late Model portion of our program. So celebration will continue for Dawson Sutton and the Rackley War team. We're going to step aside, reset, and get set for the late model stock cars, their 3rd race of 2026. The late model stock cars are waiting in the wings for the second part of the Tootsie's Cars Tour Music City Showdown. 125 laps for one of the most highly anticipated events of the 2026 season. And we're giving you the high above look thanks to SRI and our friends at KevinSaysYes.com. With the late model stock cars 31 cars strong, slated to pull out on this just over half-mile oval after we just saw a very quick pro late model race transpire for 100 laps. Let's go back and take a look at how this race unfolded. It started with Evan McKnight on the pole, door banging already for the lead in turn 1, and after a handful of laps, Dawson Sutton in the Rackley War 62 got to the point.
And got to the point and never looked back. And when you talk about quick, you weren't lying. Looking at the total time, 44 minutes, 14 seconds. That was the race time for our winner in Dawson Sutton tonight. So he was in a hurry to try to get this one over. Great battle that was going on here amongst our top 5 competitors that Caden Honeycutt, Brett Robinson in the number 5 that was involved in. And how about the late surge from Brandon Lopez, who again, we get to talk to him, but he's also got to climb in his late model stock car here in just a few minutes. So he's got not too long to collect his thoughts.
Yeah, and even though Sutton would put himself in position to walk away with the victory, the racing across the top 10 was great. But Dawson Sutton, in a racetrack that has pretty much been his backyard and playground whenever they have events going on here, now has a Cars Tour trophy to go along with his 2025 All-American 400 trophy. So while Sutton and company continue to celebrate with the check in hand for capturing the first Pro Late Model Floatium of 2026, we'll take one more break and come on back with the late model stocks.
See, the cars and the late model stocks are starting to move from where they were initially staged on the quarter mile here at Nashville Fairgrounds and moving down pit road, currently doing the job, the difficult job of putting them in the correct order to get them out on the racetrack so we can roll and get them ready for their paraded pace laps around the Nashville Fairgrounds here in Nashville, Tennessee. Blake McCandless, Eric Brennan, James Pike. Again, we appreciate you so much for tuning in to this race on FloRacing. But before we move on to the late model stocks, we will catch up with our second and third place finishers here in the Pro Late Models. Caden Honeycutt standing by with James Pike.
All right, we'll take it back. We'll try to pick it up with Caden Honeycutt again at some point, and he is someone who's going to be sitting back and watching this one with us here as the cars get organized and being paraded. The field is going to be paraded by another hometown driver who's trying to do something at what is a very historic night. This is the 25th different racetrack that the Cars Tour, which was born in 2015, has visited. It's the second largest track in series history, behind that of just North Wilkesboro, where we will be a few months from now. And there was a Cars Tour race held here, as you mentioned, Blake, with the Super Late Model Series that is no longer in existence. That's kind of what allowed the Pro Late Model Series to be developed and spawn into. But from 2018 to 2021, there was a Cars Tour co-sanctioned race held here across that time, but never for the late model stock cars.
Yeah, and again, it's just so great to be back here with these two divisions. Again, that was co-sanctioned, but to be here with independent sanctioning here for the Cars Tour has just been such a treat, so important. And we've heard it from fans, we've heard it from the teams, we've heard it from the drivers. Heard it from everybody here tonight about this raucous atmosphere that we have here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. I even saw Matt Weaver out there tweeting out just a little bit earlier from the short track scene about how this kind of has, you just mentioned North Wilkesboro, kind of a North Wilkesboro vibe that I think you and I both remember when we were there that night back in 2022 at the racetrack revival, and just the kindle the flame was there amongst the crowd. And I feel like we have that same thing going tonight. So many of these fans, again, that you could see that they've packed this racetrack. I think they know the drivers know the significance of this. They wanted to meet, they wanted to have good racing here because they know how important this race can be for this track's future. And I think that's why, again, we have so many fans that have tuned in on FloRacing with us tonight. We're so grateful that you're here with us. But how about these fans, many of which are local here to Nashville, several of which are not, and drove in from a long ways to be here because they know the history of this racetrack. They want to support this racetrack, and they want to see racing here at the Nashville Fairgrounds continue to grow into the future.
Yeah, I want to echo those sentiments entirely. And quick story, I actually took rideshare to the racetrack yesterday, and on our way out, practice was still ongoing. And the Lyft driver said, I've never seen race cars on the track here before. This is awesome. He said he was coming back tonight. If you're in the crowd, I hope you're having a blast. And that's been a lot of the conversation with just about everyone that we've talked to in the lead up to this event, whether it was the show that was put on over at Tootsie's on Thursday night, whether it was wherever we went to dinner over the last couple of days. There is a lot of buzz, and there's always a lot of buzz in Nashville. There's always something going on, but there was a lot of buzz and excitement for this race and this night. And I think, to build off of what you were saying, Blake, it is such an extension of the level of love and care for this facility and its place in racing, not just in the history books of racing, but in racing as a living and thriving facility. And the fans have shown up tonight.
And what great stewards they've been, and what great hosts they've been to welcome us in here for the tour, for everybody here on FloRacing. They've been so appreciative to have us here. They know the impact of what this could mean. And well, you can see a lot of them are starting to clap right now. That means that engines are firing up here for the late model stock cars to try and roll on. Looks like they've gotten in the correct order. And man, are we set for an incredible race. And we'll see how that driver does right there, making, I think this is career start number 9 in the ZMAX Cars Tour, presented by Sound Gear, for that of Dale Earnhardt Jr., who is one of the few drivers in the field who does have racing experience here at this racetrack, not only in a late model stock, but was a part of the Busch Series when they ran here in the late 1990s as well. He won a pole in 1999 here at this racetrack. And he's been so excited all day. He's been in a great mood. He loves seeing this atmosphere as well.
Made 4 starts last year. His best finish there, 10th. Of course, we talked about the racetrack revival. That was where he had a podium effort that night. The team car, driven then by Carson Quapple, won the race. But this has been something that Dale has been very public about. I think that now that he is in the race car, he could focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, all that moves aside.
But all the dialogue up to this point has strictly been about making sure this is a fun race and a fun event, and now it's here.
So again, Dale Earnhardt Jr., he'll roll off from the 21st starting position as we take a look at our lineup here for the late model stocks. as they will roll off 31 cars strong that will take place here at this track that is just shy of 0.6 of a mile here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. Again, a very competitive qualifying for the Heat Wave Visual Pole Award, as we saw earlier in the day. Pretty much that is the rule of thumb here in the Cards Tour, is how close and competitive the qualifying can be. You can see Dylan Fetcho, though, a 3-time track champion, a debut in a late model stock. That is not an easy thing to do, to come over here and try to qualify these cars. He'll be starting on pole. And then how about Parker Eben? You know, he had an impressive qualifying effort in the Craftsman Truck Series in his debut. He started in the top 10 at Rockingham, and here he is starting second here tonight.
Caden Quapple is the points leader. He's going to be starting in third, with Trayton Lapsevich fourth. Connor Jones, Landon Lewis take you through your first 6 rows of the starting grid that we have for the late model stock cars that are going to be on the racetrack here. Well, the field continues on in their parade and pace laps. Dylan Fetcho, Parker Eatman, are going to make up the front row for the late model stock cars. Caden Quapple, Trayton Lapsevich, Connor Jones, Landon Lewis, London McKenzie, Chad McCumbee, Carson Brown, Cade Brown, your top 10.
Doug Barnes Jr. will start 11th. Again, no practice. He somehow puts it close to the top 10. Chase Burrow, Matt Craig, Sam Butler, Mason Diaz round out your top 15. Well, Eric, they're not going to waste any more time, as the lights have extinguished on the HendrickCars.com pace car. Late model stocks are back in the Music City, as Dylan Fetcho will bring us to green. Sit back and enjoy this one from Nashville. As we invite the folks here, and you know what? How about the neighbors that are here at the Nashville Fairgrounds to enjoy our Sound Gear Sound Check Live that sees Parker Eatman take control of the race lead from the outside lane. We talked about how good it would be on these initial starts and restarts, and Eatman jumps out. He leads his first laps in Cars Tour competition.
And already a little bit of a blemish on the front end of the number 29 of Landon Lewis. He tried to get to the bottom of Connor Jones. They made a little bit of contact, and right at the front nose of our defending champion's car, he's got a little bit of bodywork damage he's gonna have to maintain.
And not a place that you want to have that body damage, especially very early on in the race. As we'll see if they can continue on. Close battle going on there. Carson Brown able to edge his car just in front of the 22 of Carson Lofton. The field single filing out here. How about Chase Burrow, car number 5 that is just behind that number 22. Again, a pair of 5s right now. Great run that he's had up here. A really solid weekend he's had so far. As Parker Eatman, you can see, building up a couple of car lengths of a lead right now over Dylan Fetcho in the 89.
First side-by-side battle, the 41 of Mason Diaz outside of Wake County runner-up Sam Butler in the 16. Diaz has some experience here. This is 62nd career start for Diaz. He actually finished in the top 5 here in an ARCA East race back in 2021, did Diaz.
And it seems like Connor Jones is picking up right where he left off after Wake County a couple of weeks ago. Again, had a really strong qualifying effort, but it was his speed at Wake County that allowed him to drive through that field. Yes, he survived. He didn't get a whole lot of damage throughout the course of the night, but that 44 Carroll Speed Shop car was fast, and he is showcasing that same speed, and I think looking to replicate the run that he had at the end of 2024, going to Victory Lane, Tri-County, and North Wilkesboro Speedway, and looking to replicate that tonight. Although he was talking about earlier the balance that these drivers are going to have to strike. Again, if you're just joining us, different tire compound that they're running on the right sides of these late model stocks here tonight is the ST3 on the right, and what we've typically been running throughout the years, the F45 Stars on the left side. The ST3, it's a harder compound. It was made for the load and the speeds that they have here at Nashville. But Connor Jones was one driver amongst many that talked about having to save those left side tires, especially as we get later into this race.
Something that the teams are going to have to consider. And one thing I noticed about Jones, the very bottom of turn 2, especially if you're side by side, just seems so rough on the front end of these race cars, as we see Trayton Lapsevich starting to close in on Dylan Fetcho, the pole sitter, since Eatman took command of the lead off the jump.
And again, it wasn't uncommon even over the last few days. Again, most of these teams showed up on Thursday because they wanted to build a notebook, because they had never been here before to test. So they showed up Thursday. They had practice Friday. They had a little bit of practice here today. It wasn't uncommon to walk the pit area earlier today and see some of the splitters on these cars that were really torn. It looked like it was kind of chewed up almost, with just how some of these cars struggled with the travel and the ride heights, trying to set these cars up to get over these bumps. It's really difficult. As Trayton Lapsevich, again, great story for him to be able to have this race car running up front. Brought his initial car out here, the motor locked up as he went into turn number 1 during Thursday practice. He destroyed that car, nosed it into the wall. They brought this backup car from Hickory that Laney Bice had been running. It's their backup car. They put it in here for tonight, and boy, they rewrapped it. They did everything, and yet here it is in the top 5.
Lapsevich still running in that 3rd position. Connor Jones, last week's winner, 1 spot behind. Caden Quapple rounds out the top 5 as the championship points leader. Since getting the lead, Parker Eatman has been able to pretty much nurse a 0.6 of a second advantage, with Fetcho, Lapsevich, and Jones still kind of in a knot of their own for second.
Connor Jones trying to give chase. Again, this is all happening roughly about a second or so behind Parker Eatman, who I think is really coming into his own. Again, ran a full season of Cars Tour competition last year, learned how to get better. Again, he had only qualified in the top 10 just once in his Cars Tour career, and in fact, it was Dominion. Or no, it was twice. It was Dominion and Tri-County last year. So somebody that really likes these faster, these bigger racetracks, puts it up front, leading his first laps in Cars Tour competition right now.
So here's the gap between Lapsevich and Jones. Still running in the 3rd position as things stand, with Fetcho runner-up, Eatman out in front of the field. A little bit further back, we'll check in on a couple of other drivers. Doug Barnes Jr. running in the 13th spot after qualifying 11th, lost 2 spots early in the going. Dale Earnhardt Jr. running in 25th early in this one, as Lapsevich has a really big and continued slide off of turn 4.
Yeah, that's tough, and that's what these drivers are going to try to have to handle over the course of the next 105 laps. So that's those kind of slip-ups that I wouldn't want to quite be seeing at this juncture of the race. You can see the Vet Adventures Southern Bank number 4, Matt Piercy Racing for Parker Eatman right now running at the front of the field. Knows how to win big races, won the Thanksgiving Classic at Southern National Motorsports Park, and again, like we mentioned, had a really strong run at Rockingham earlier.
For Fetcho, he has himself in a great position in second. Here's a couple of cars and drivers that we talked about for varying reasons last time out at Wake County. Barnes, of course, involved in the fight for the lead and win with Minnie Tyrell. Butler, with the tremendous comeback, was 4 laps down at one point at Wake County. Drove up through the field to get second. Was talking to his spotter on Thursday night, and he said that, believe it or not, there was some more magic to that story. Trayton Lapsevich was 3 laps down in that race. They needed 7 cautions for Trayton to get back on the lead lap, and then 4 for Sam to get back on the lead lap. It was a never-give-up attitude put on by this driver and team, and they're hoping to just keep that momentum rolling here into the Fairgrounds.
And again, that's something we've kind of come accustomed to. You think about the amount of races last year that Cade Brown, who was driving for that RNS race car team full-time, ends up finishing 3rd in the championship standings. The races that they slugged out, that they stayed in, that they stayed committed to it, ended up getting a really good finish. That's what Sam Butler's been able to do, and again, in a series where it's been tough for people to hit the ground running consistently. Only 3 drivers, have a pair of top 10s in the first 2 races. Of course, it's Quapple, Lapsevich, and this driver right here.
So Barnes able to move up into the 13th position. Butler behind him in 14th. Mason Diaz in the Hedgecock Racing Enterprise house car, the 41 there, just behind as well. And Landon S. Huffman in the 77 after he had that incredible closeout to 2025, making his 15th career start. Had to miss Wake County to run the ARCA East race at Hickory. Now he's back in action here at Nashville. He's doing great in the top 20. Landon S. Huffman currently 16th.
And almost in a mirror image of what we saw in the Pro Late Model race earlier. One driver gets out to a lead, is able to build up, what was it, about a second or so that Eatman had over Dylan Fetcho, somebody who's very experienced here, a 3-time track champion, All-American 400 winner, and then slowly but surely starting to kind of reel him in and run down that number 4 car, which again, if you are watching this race, there is not a 45 consecutive green flag lap competition caution. There's going to be a halfway stop for fuel, which is fitting at a 0.6 of a mile facility. That'll happen at the halfway point.
So the gap now down to half a second. So Fetcho has started to reel Parker Eatman back in for the race lead after Eatman was able to build up about a 3/4 of a second edge. And these two are starting to work their way up towards the tail end of the pack. And this is something that the drivers and teams on the tail end of the lead lap, right now including Brandon Pierce, Riley Gentry, Ronnie Bassett Jr., and Thomas Beam, knowing that that yellow is not necessarily going to come on lap 45, you may have to race these leaders a little bit harder if you want to try to salvage your day.
Fetcho's still running him down though. Last couple of laps, and you could see a couple of times Eatman has slipped up, and really curious to see, especially here in 1 and 2, we saw drivers kind of testing the waters out there during practice a lot in terms of how high these drivers could try to enter, and especially in 3 and 4, that second lane became a decent factor. In fact, Landon Lewis, who right now runs in the 6th position, was one driver who we know is somebody that if the top's going to be good, he's going to be able to run it. As we see this battle that it feels like it's been going on for about 25 laps or so. Sam Butler there in the 16 on the inside, R&S Dodge Ram, and outside Doug Barnes Jr. Again, has slipped 1 or 2 spots since the drop of the green, but maintaining well right now. And, you know, for Barnes, how important it was to get that suspension lifted, not just because, yes, he gets to run out here, but in terms of the championship, if you look at what this 88 car has done over the course of the first 2 races of the season, he had a skirmish with Caden Quapple. It was for the lead at Southern National. He had a skirmish with Minnie Tyrell. It was for the lead at Wake County. He has had winning race cars. So just being able to start this race and collect the points, so important in his bid to try and contend for that championship here.
And he will be able to keep that momentum rolling, hopefully, throughout the duration of this race. As now Parker Eatman in the 4 has caught Riley Gentry to try to put him a lap down. And here comes Fetcho. Try on the top side. Eatman's going to slide up. Gentry has to pedal it off turn 2. And Fetcho has got a bit of a run.
Fetcho trying to make some ground here, and you know, Eric, we got distracted. There were some fans going crazy. It was Earnhardt Jr. further back in the field, started to make a couple of passes. He got by Jared Fryer, he got by Aiden King. I thought people were pointing towards a wreck. No, they were just happy to see the Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet gain some track position. And honestly, it's not too far in front of what we're watching right here with Parker Eatman.
So they have cleared Riley Gentry in the 09. Now it's Brandon Pierce fresh off the top 5 effort at Wake County last time out. Trying to stay on the lead lap as Eatman gets a launch off at turn 2. Fetcho's going to follow him right on through.
Again, Brandon Pierce, a great rebound effort that they had after DNQing at Southern National to run in the top 5 at Wake County. Trying to build this Kevin Powell Speed Motorsports program up. Got a new crew chief for this year from Timmy Tyrell Racing, and Doug Hippie Struther, who's been working for this number 2 car. And man, you could see, especially Chase Hale, fighting those bumps off of turn 4. But again, only about, give it 20, 25 laps or so until this caution is thrown. So these next couple of cars going to be really tough to pass. As you can see, one car slow. It is the 15 of Chase Hale, pulling it down to the bottom and going to make the left-hand turn into the pits. We stay green.
Very unfortunate for Hale, because the beginning of his Cars Tour career in 2026 has netted back-to-back DNFs at Wake County and Southern National Motorsports Park. Was just hoping to get to the finish of this one, and it does not appear that that is going to be the case. They are pushing that car back as we check in on the battle for fourth. Connor Jones, our most recent winner. Caden Quapple, the current points leader in the Tour.
And Quapple doing a good job again. He was kind of on his own island right now, running in the fifth position. Was about a second up and of the car in front of, or behind him, and a second back of the car in front of him. And here he is running down Connor Jones, who we're seeing kind of venture up again. There's a lot of cars. 44 just did it right there, especially in 3 and 4, looking up the racetrack as it rubbers up, trying to look for a little more speed. There's Dale Earnhardt Jr. Oh, man, you can see him sliding on the bottom over the bumps. And, again, he's being waved by every time, even if he's battling back here just on the outskirts of the top 20. And trying to clear Jake Bowman. A little bit of courtesy given there. And, again, you'd think he's racing for the lead right now with the way this crowd's reacting on the front stretch.
A little bit of a donut there on the right side of the car, right where the numeral sits. You'll see it here down the front stretch. But picking up some spots and also trying to pick up a bit of a buffer from the leaders to try to assure that they will not get there before we see our first caution of this race, which again is not going to be guaranteed. 45 laps in. We're about 20 laps away from when we may see the yellow should this race stay green.
See the Hickory Motor Speedway local and Thomas Bean, the 01, he goes a lap down. Jared Fryer, somebody that I don't think we'd expect to be in this position again. They had to bring a new race car here, and unfortunate for them because, man, that 14 that he had was so fast everywhere it went. Even a new wrap on the race car, new color. The black and orange is giving way to the white and orange here, that number 14. A lot of family history that he has running here, and yet here he is staring down the barrel of going a lap down here.
Even while working through traffic, Eatman's been able to pretty much stabilize a half-second lead over Dylan Fetcho. Trayton Lapsevich still running in third. Connor Jones, Caden Quapple still your top 5.
And the fall-off that we saw in the Pro Late Model race, about a second or so, it's about a second and a half is no contact with Jared Fryer. As Eatman, I think, just got a little surprised there, got enough of a run off of turn number 2, wasn't expecting to make any contact with the left rear quarter of Jared Fryer, who now would be in the lucky dog position if he can hold that, but that's going to be difficult to do here the next 15 laps or so.
Fetcho's going to follow suit and go to the inside. Thomas Bean trying to get Fryer for what would be a battle for a free pass position. Lapsevich kind of pinned up behind Fryer now. And the next potential car that can go a lap down would be Aiden King in the 7.
Aiden King in the 7. Jake Bowman is going to be close. Earnhardt Jr. was able to pull away from Jake Bowman, making a move on Mason Bailey in the 05 to try and, again, create a little bit of a buffer before he would be in danger of going a lap down.
Traffic is certainly going to be the name of the game should this race continue this type of trend of long runs, as we saw in the Pro Late Model race, and we're seeing it here with the late model stocks as Eatman now closes up on Aiden King, who picked up his first career top 10 at Wake County last time out and has had really good qualifying efforts so far in 2026. But he is now in danger of falling off the lead lap as Eatman and Fetcho are able to get past.
And again, that's tough. Matt Piercy Racing leading the race and also in the free pass position as they come around. This time 75 laps to go. Jake Bolden, that's the black number 71 car. That is about half a straightaway or so right now in front of where Parker Eatman is running. And again, a lot of cars just caught on their own islands right now. Landon Lewis, you can see him on the ticker right now. He's running 6th, but is still about a second and a half, 2 seconds behind Quapple, and has about a second on the car that's running behind him and Chad McCumbee. Just one of those races, especially early on, where these drivers are just really trying to feel things out. We did hear that they are going to have to save a little bit of tire, or at least be cognizant of that once they get to the end of this race.
So 52 consecutive laps, which has been a stark contrast from the race that we had at Wake County, with Parker Eatman leading, Fetcho second. Bowman trying to stay on the lead lap as this race continues on.
Fetcho with the run off of turn number 2. This is about the closest that he's been last few laps. You can start to see that gap starting to narrow, and how important the control of that restart will be when they get to the halfway break. Again, Eatman didn't qualify on the pole. It was Dylan Fetcho who got control or won the pole. He didn't lead a lap in this race yet. That outside lane, especially in these late model stocks, I think going to be much more important than what we saw in the Pro Late models earlier, to trying to get these cars going with the gear ratios that they have to run and kind of where they're approaching these restarts with. Going to be more important to try to get rolling on the outside, and how much Jake Bowman kind of plays into that factor here. Again, if Bowman holds him up long enough, even if he goes a lap down, he'll likely be in that free pass position. So really important battle for him to try to make it difficult on Parker Eatman to get by.
Bowman, who won the 2022 All-American 100 here. He's the current points leader in the ARCA Menard Series, as that series gets to go to Kansas Speedway next Saturday. So Bowman from Huntington Beach, California, continuing to be quite the national traveler when it comes to his motorsports obligations this season, trying to stay on the lead lap with Eatman now looking low. Bowman's going to leave the door open just enough as the top 3 start to accordion back together, and Eatman got pinned down tight with Bowman fighting tough to stay on the lead lap, and Fetcho is there.
You know what? Lapsevich isn't so far back either as they slide and make a little bit of contact off the corner. Eatman has to check up. He'll go low to protect. Fetcho will try to take the lead from the outside, but he's got the lap car of Jake Bowman clogging up that outside lane in front of him. Now Lapsevich going to try to go to second.
Fetcho and Eatman made a little bit of contact, and now Fetcho dived to the inside. Eatman tried to cover the spot.
And this is why Bowman is fighting so hard. He doesn't want to have to take the free pass and start behind all of the other cars that are one lap down. That being very important as well. It's going to come in the next few laps. And how about Trayton Lapsevich, who has kind of approached this battle with all of this going on behind some of the lap traffic.
Top 3 now separated by less than half a second, with Jake Bowman putting on the valiant effort to try to stay on the lead lap. Now 65 to go in the race, and we're about 5 laps away, or just less than that, from when we would see this halfway break.
Don't think Mason Bailey, who's about a straightaway in front of Jake Bowman, has anything to worry about when it comes to lap traffic right here. Bobble off the bumps, low in turn 4. We got a caution, and that is the halfway caution. Not exactly at halfway, but with 65 laps to go, 60 laps in, we have paused for the first time. Brandon Willard waving the caution flag here halfway, as the drivers will have the opportunity to come down and put some fuel in their race cars. It has been led since the drop of the green flag by Parker Eatman, Dylan Fetcho, and Trayton Lapsevich, your top 3 in the Music City.
Hendrick. It's the perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and 0 down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 650,000 5-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20 grand. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
Eibach Road Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Designed for the most rugged and demanding off-road trails. Featuring front 2.5-inch coilovers and rear 2.5-inch reservoir shocks. Developed to provide maximum traction, consistency, and control off-road and on-road.
Unveiled at PRI, 5-Star introduced an all-new sprint car body engineered using advanced CFD aero analysis, validated through on-track testing using real-time airflow data.
There's no reason why anybody will want to run anything else than this 5-star sprint car body.
Designed to fit Maxim, XXX, Schnee Lawson, JR1, J&J, DRC, Spike, and more. 5-Star's all-new sprint car body. The new standard in sprint car technology.
Future champions and racing icons, the Cars Tour puts them all on the same track, and it puts you right in the middle of it. Affordable, family-friendly, and packed with edge-of-your-seat moments. This is short track racing the way it's meant to be. The Cars Tour, where the next generation becomes the next legend. On April 25th, the Cars Tour will be at Caraway Speedway in Sophia, North Carolina. To purchase tickets, scan the QR code on the screen or visit carsracingtour.com.
65 laps still remaining in the Tootsie's Music City Showdown here for the Nashville Fairgrounds. Live on FloRacing for the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. As we mentioned, again, it was going to be 65 laps to go. These drivers have the opportunity to come down. This is a fuel stop. They do have some options as well that are available to them, but you'll see everybody will pull in here along and big pit area that we have here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. It allows everybody their own stall to be able to go to work on their respective race cars. They'll time it and give them the opportunity to go to work.
And we see the officials making sure that everybody is at bay until the last car is in a position to be able to be serviced by their team, and they will start the clock and allow the team members to jump down from the wall and do what they need to do in order to prepare for what is going to be the second half of this race. And the go-ahead has been given to the approval of the fans here on the front stretch, the Nashville Fairgrounds. And you see that the teams are starting to go to work down there, and it's been an unbelievable last few days here. We cannot thank so many of our partners for making it all possible, including our presenting sponsor with the ZMAX Cars Tour, ZMAX. From your race car to your daily driver, the ZMAX family of products has you covered. From appearance products to race oil, visit ZMAX.com for all of your car care needs. Well, pit road is a busy place. Let's go down and check in with Pike. What's going on?
A busy, busy place indeed. We're down here in the pit of leader Parker Eatman from Matt Piercy Racing. Biggest thing he said on the radio, needs a little bit more turn in 3 and 4. Want to see that battle between him and Dylan Fetcha really pick up over the course of the last 15 laps. But Trayton Lapsovich, the biggest news, try and tweak the way you get into turn 2. And that's sort of a prevailing theme throughout the field. The biggest note with dealing with the bump over at the exit of turn 2, and the biggest thing that these drivers have picked up is that if you try and enter over it straight, as opposed to sort of turning through it, it's a little bit easier to get over it and maximize speed on the back straightaway. So that's a note to Lapsovich and a lot of other people. Biggest note from Caden Quapple's team, they said once you started driving the thing, you were as fast as anybody else. And wouldn't it be, you know, a sort of normal story, a usual story, a typical Caden Quapple story, that he waits for a little bit and then makes a lace rate charge to the front. We've seen that before. We saw it at Southern National in the opening race of the year. So plenty of activity here on pit road and a lot of fun to be had, I think, over the course of the next 65 laps. Also, a fun story from earlier, if you all want to know how big this race is. Had the opportunity to talk to Donovan Strauss, Marietta, Georgia native, knows the Atlanta area very well. And he told me, especially in the wake of not making the show at Wake County last time out, that a championship would be neat, but he knew how packed these stands were going to be this evening. And he looked at me and he said, you know, winning in front of these fans at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway in front of an entirely packed house would be one of the coolest things I've ever done in my racing career. And you know what? He might have been on to something, Eric and Blake, because just looking here from my vantage point down on pit road, there is not an empty seat in this place. It is 10,000 deep in a packed main grandstand. If there's anything we can say for certain, it is that the city of Nashville has shown up and shown out for the Tootsie's Music City Showdown.
That they have, and again, you can see these pit stops continuing to take place here with this timed stop. Again, you could see Donovan Strauss and his team adding some fuel. You also saw one thing that that number 8 team was doing just about a moment ago, and that is something that they allow these teams to do, is to rotate tires. They move the right front tire to the right rear and vice versa. So that's something, Eric, that tells me that if you're doing that, there are drastic handling swings that you are trying to make to your race cars. The rest of the field continues here under break. We'll be right back from Nashville after this. Beautiful sights here in the Music City in downtown Nashville. And nestled in is racing history right here at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, where for over 70 years they've been competing here in full-bodied stock cars, and will continue to do so, I'm sure, for the future, as it'll take them a moment to get them back in their respective order as they were running before the caution flag was flown, so they could come down and get some fuel. A couple of really strong runs that perhaps we didn't get to there in that first run. How about Landon Lewis? Right now running in the 6th position, started there but was able to maintain. Chad McCumbee was able to move up a spot up into 7th. And Cade Brown, again, a different look for Cade Brown and his racing team, who had been running full-time. You see both of them right there on your screen. A 23 car that's very reminiscent of the car that he had and how it looked when he was running for Matt Piercy Racing for those years, running at Florence and Hickory, and even the full-time season he had in the Cars Tour. Went to R&S Race Cars last year, and has pieced this together for Timmy Tyrell Racing. The car that Minnie was running at Wake County is that same 23 that Cade's running right now.
Yeah, Cade credited the friendship that he's developed with Minnie over the years as a reason for this opportunity to come to pass. It's hard to believe that the driver who finished 3rd in points in 2025 was on the outside looking in when the season started. Not exactly sure how many races we're going to see Cade at, but it is no surprise to anybody to see the driver who nearly won the Throwback Classic on the day in which he won his first career pole 2 years ago, putting himself up in the top 10 immediately when he gets back in the car.
And again, Yonder Custom Hats, he was talking to him earlier today, and he said they made this race possible and hoping to do many more here in 2026, not only with this team, but in several open opportunities that he may have throughout the course of the year. You saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. again. It was not It was pretty easy to tell up here in the booth when he was battling somebody, and especially when he was making a pass. As you can see, he's kind of filed in line right behind Donovan Strauss. Again, big adjustment that they made. We mentioned it just before the break about swapping those tires. That was an adjustment that the officials would allow these teams to make, but that indicates to me that they are taking a big swing at this race car.
And they have about half the race still to go to see if they have swung it in the right direction. Also back there in the 20th spot at the time of the yellow, Brandon Lopez, and the newly announced partnership between Texas Roadhouse and High Rock Vodka, debuting on the Colors and Car, the Carroll Speed Shop number 57, Landon Huffman. And I know, Blake, you had a chance to talk to him earlier. He is so excited about this opportunity, and that car looks great.
It does look fantastic, and this partnership was natural. High Rock serving up in Texas Roadhouse restaurants, and I mean, again, I said in qualifying, I'll say it again. I hope they're open after we're done, because I could use some rolls and some cinnamon butter just about now.
I think the fans agree with you. I'm not sure if they're cheering for that.
I hope they're cheering for that.
I will say, though, speaking of Landon Huffman, we were having a conversation before we came on air about veteran presence in the series.
Yeah.
And Landon, start number 50 tonight for Landon Huffman. He is certainly asserting himself as one of the Cars Tour veterans, or elder statesmen, if you will, of this series, as they come to the choose this time by from our SRI and KevinSaysYes.com drone shot, getting set to restart this race. The only other trip that we've had through the start or restart zone was the start of this race. This is going to be the first time coming up through the gears since we got this party started.
Well, and again, you mentioned veteran presence, and that has been kind of a going theme throughout this weekend. In fact, yesterday there was a drivers-only meeting that was called about an hour and a half or so before practice started. It ran for about 45 minutes or so, and there are a number of drivers, many of which who are experienced veterans here in this tour. Chad McCumbee spoke to these drivers. Mason Diaz, Landon Huffman was one of those that voiced just kind of how this tour wants to operate, how they want to race each other, the etiquette that they expect to see, and that car owners, team owners of these drivers who are looking to make it to the next level, what they expect to see. And Chad definitely led the charge on that. Dale Earnhardt Jr. talked about it as well. And I don't know. I think we're seeing the result of that in not only what we've seen in the pros, but in the late model stock car race so far. I think the message has gotten through.
Only one caution for cause so far, with just 65 laps to go on the night.
HendrickCars.com pace car will extinguish the lights. Parker Eatman will lead the field into the iRacing restart zone. Once again, from the outside line, as we are back underway, 65 laps to go in the Music City, and a little bit of a stack up there on the high side from Trayton Lapsevich. Great reaction from Connor Jones, keeps the field intact. It's Landon Lewis in the 29 who takes advantage.
And that one hiccup for Lapsevich allowed Caden Quapple a chance to slide up in front of the 77 to cement third, and he's pulling the outside lane to try to get second from Dylan Fetcho off four.
A couple cars fanning out 2 and 3 wide further back in the pack, but we stay green for now. Fetcho trying to clear Caden Quapple off of the second corner. McCumbee a big slip up, and there you see some of that respect from Carson Brown checking up for Chad McCumbee right there, currently running in 7th and trying to hang on to the spot. Quapple trying to take second away from Fetcho.
These two continue to run side by side for the runner-up position, while Parker even watches it all in the rear view. Connor Jones hopping, skipping, jumping his way, nearly looking 3 wide on Landon Lewis and Trayton Lapsevich.
Again, that restart worked very well for Landon Lewis, who gets a little tight. You see him hit the bumps right there, contact with Trayton Lapsevich. It gives him the spot for now, up into 4th. Is Landon Lewis and the defending series champion. Is Lapsevich going to try and gather himself back up, perhaps cross over the Carroll Speed Shop entry in Connor Jones?
Things finally start to settle out a little bit here up in front of the top 5 as Quapple and Fetcho continue to fight it out or sew back together their battle for the second spot. Lewis to 4th, then Jones and Lapsevich take you back through your top 6.
So single filed out here through the front of the field. They are still battling hard back in the field. 15th on back. You can see a little bit of side-by-side there at the edge of your screen. You can see the lap times that are scrolling across here. And again, they've picked up the pace. It was down in about the high 20s, low 21s when we saw the end of that run earlier, but these drivers talk about it, at least with the F45 star tire. Again, they're on the left sides, the ST3s are on the right. It's about the fire-off speed that they have after some of these restarts. So they've picked up a little speed here so far.
Connor Jones been holding a bit of a tighter line. Almost got to the left rear quarter panel of Landon Lewis off turn 4 a lap ago. They both reel in the pole sitter and Fetcho as we check in on Dale Earnhardt Jr. Just getting around Doug Barnes for 16th spot to the 8 car. Landon S. Huffman is trying to follow him through the open door.
Well, again, so Junior started in 21st, fell back to about 25th. And I think he was one of those drivers, again, took that big swing, rotated that tire, and I think you could see his car much more stable right now. Sam Butler, saw how strong he was early in the night, getting a little bit of a shot there from Mason Diaz, who we were just talking about, spoke up in speaking with the topic of driver etiquette yesterday. As there's the 8 car looking at the inside of Landon Pimbleton. And to be honest, you know, talked to Landon yesterday in that 0 car, was really confident about what they had, a winner at Martinsville in the Valley Star Credit Union 300 last year and in 2021, and was really confident about coming into this race and the speed comparison that he has and feels here versus his Native Dominion Raceway where he's run so much. As Cade Brown, outside of the top 10, he just lost a spot to Pimbleton there.
Brown's been falling back pretty aggressively these last few laps, and that drop kick is continuing to happen as we see things start to tighten up here in the top 3. And also Connor Jones making a move on Landon Lewis. In fact, he has the pass made off of turn number 2. So it's going to be Jones moving up into 4th, Lewis back to 5th. Here's Lapsevich, who lost those few spots. Saw a little bit of the bodywork there get crumpled up on the backside of Landon Lewis's car as they touched off 4.
That just goes to show you how important these restarts are, that Lapsevich was up in the top 2 rows, and this is how long it takes to try to get it back 11 or 12 laps later to try and get by. And man, you can see these drivers, they're using every bit of this racetrack. You can see left side tires were beneath that yellow line that separates the apron from the racing surface here at Nashville. And you can even see a quarter panel, just a little bit of a crinkle there for the number 29. May have been a result of some contact there with Creighton Lapsevich.
Lapsevich holding a bit of a tighter line there through 3 and 4. Got a little bit more air on the nose of that race car. And unfortunately for Cade Brown, the problems have gotten worse. He's going to be pitting under green right now, after he was running up in the top 10, singing his praises at the break. He falls to the tail end of the pack, and Cade Brown is on pit road as the leader flashes by.
And that is a tough break for Brown. And again, the last couple of laps had seen some sparks starting to fly when they were entering the corner. So mechanical issue there, and a very strong night in return to the Cars Tour. Again, for Cade Brown is that is Carson Lofton slipping up off of turn 2, and boy, is he sideways through the corner completely.
This is a pass that's been about 5 laps in the making. Burrow was just about underneath the 22 car the last 2 times they came off of turn 2. They traded a little bit of paint a lap ago. Butler's going to follow him on through as well. And Mason Diaz is unable to get alongside the Nelson Motorsports 22 of Carson Lofton. Lofton's going to duck back down in line.
And again, he had been running at about 11th or so, but these Cars Tour drivers, they are like sharks. They smell blood in the water, and they can see that 22 car struggling a little bit. You can see the brake rotor starting to glow on that number 22, and very reminiscent of what we saw Evan McKnight when that car is stepping out that sideways, especially on the entry to the corner. That is a tough thing to try and fight, as Landon Pimbleton finding a little bit of a jump step right there to try and pass the 41 of Mason Diaz and bring the 8 Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet and Dale Jr. into the fight.
Landon S. Huffman looking low on Jr. there off of the 2nd turn. So Diaz losing a spot there to Pimbleton, who went up to the outside and took advantage of the checkup that took place after Carson Lofton and company were tussling for spots. This is all happening just outside the top 10, with Jr. now up to 15th. Diaz sideways in front of him. Jr. can't get a good enough run to look low.
In 46 laps to go, you can see another car just behind him that's made up some ground since the restart, and Landon Huffman, number 57, that's starting to work into the picture as well. Pimbleton Seems like his car, you give it about 10 or 15 laps, and it really settles in, trying to get around Carson Lofton. Really busy is Carson Lofton. Again, won a modified race at Dominion Raceway in his off weekend. In fact, was talking with him. I saw him at Rockingham Speedway. He was walking the pit area, and he said to me, this is the first NASCAR race I've ever been to. Of course, he's a young man, but you think of these guys, they've grown up fans their whole life, and it was cool to see him at the racetrack. Said he had never been to a NASCAR race before. Oh, man, a huge slide out of that 22 Castrol Toyota.
Hamilton made the pass. Looks like Lofton was trying to get back down to the bottom of the racetrack, and the back end of the car just jumped out on him. And even with that move, they've still been able to build up a bit of a breathing room between Diaz in the 41 and Dale Earnhardt Jr. just behind them.
It's Landon S. Huffman, and Landon Huffman running there right behind Earnhardt Jr. As we see the battle back up front here that has slowly started to narrow. As Quapple, again, he was able to get by Fetcho, but they've pretty much stayed locked at the hip, nose to tail for the most part. That gap is maintained, but Eatman has been run down by Caden Quapple the last couple of laps. But then that goes to tell me that Eatman really has a good race car, because as soon as Quapple can narrow up that gap, look what he does off of turn number 2, extends that gap by about a car length or so. So when we talked about these drivers being able to save, and we just saw a good glimpse of what happens back further in this field, 15th on back, how hard you have to race to try and get spots. Guess what? Parker Eatman hasn't had any of that to fare with tonight. He's had to get through some lap traffic. But that's one thing these Cars Tour guys tell us time and time again about why qualifying is so important, because you get to sit up front and maintain and have great track position. And a big part right now why I think Parker Eatman, again, only the 3rd time he's qualified in the top 10 in his career, is in a great spot right now.
And they're not that far away from traffic being a part of this story again. As you see Fetcho continuing to work over Quapple, Eatman is now on the same straightaway as some of the cars that are on the tail end of the lead lap or who have fallen a lap off the leaders already. And they're going to be closing in on some of these cars quite quickly. And that has been one of the biggest ebb and flow factors in margins across the battle for the lead all night long.
I'm really interested to see what Dylan Fetcho does here. Again, this is when these veteran drivers, these guys that have a lot of experience here, this is their time to shine. And I think being able to keep up with this Junior Motorsports 88 car that has been so strong in these races all year long says a lot about what Fetcho's been able to bring to the table. And again, Mike Darn Racing, great to see them back in the Cars Tour. They've been with this series for a very long time, mostly on a full-time basis with a handful of drivers over the last couple of years, like an Andrew Grady, like a Connor Jones. And really, really awesome for that team to come out here and be running up front. And they have one heck of a wheelman that's helping them get it done right now.
That battle for second is just not going away. Fetcho is all over Quapple, who, remember, on the restart, after the hiccup from Lapsevich, jumped up to the outside, used the top lane to get this second place away from Dylan, and has been able to hold on to it since. And there is the tail end of the lead lap that Eatman is starting to close in on with 35 laps to go.
I know it's only race number 3, but it's really never too early to start talking about the championship and how important it is to have these good runs early on to set yourself up later in this season. Eatman doing a great job leading a lap, leading the most laps, getting all of those bonus points, and then being able to get those 44 points that are available for getting that win would bring him right back into the mix of things. But Quapple right now, a 10-point lead that he has over Sam Butler. He's going to expand that right now. And then Connor Jones, a fantastic run that he's having in 4th right now, keeping pace, and would have 2nd place if all things stay steady. As we saw Thomas Bean there, the 01 car, the Starbucks machine, unfortunately pulling down into the pit lane. So it looks like his night and his bid here to stay on the lead lap, get some more spots, is going to come to an end.
Meanwhile, top 3 cars have gotten through Riley Gentry. Now Parker Eatman has Brandon Pierce up the road to contest with. Pierce is closing in on Aiden King in the 7. And then a gap up ahead to Ronnie Bassett Jr. and the 10 of Matt Craig in his Cars Tour late model stock debut.
And been a really respectful race here for second Fetcho has been trying for a number of laps to find any flaw in how Caden Quapple is driving right now in his car. He could maybe use a little bit of lap traffic to his advantage right now. We'll see how they'll funnel off at 2. Aiden King really slow. That gets Brandon Pierce out of shape, checks him up. Are they going to be side by side? Fetcho lifts, allows Quapple to gather it up. But we'll see how this sorts out as Pierce slowing off the pace off of turn number 4.
And that's pulled Connor Jones up into this fight for the second spot, the Wake County winner. Staying committed to the inside as they come up on Brandon Pierce, and he has to slot back up to the top groove.
And I think that, again, I think that's a sign of the maturity of of Connor Jones and what we saw there in the 44. I think that's a driver that a year or two ago would have tried to wrestle that spot and get that run off of Pierce, but he backs out, thinks better of it, and is going to try to chase down second between Quapple and Fetcho. That continues to go on. Earnhardt Jr. continues his march through the field. He's gotten to that really loose race car that we've been talking about, and Carson Lofton on the right-hand side of your screen builds up a huge run off of turn 2. And looking for the 13th spot right now is left-hand side of your screen. They're getting out of sorts, trying to get around the lap car and Aiden King in the 7.
Yeah, just about 3 wide there for a moment off of turn number 2. It looked like it may have been, as things still continue to accordion back together. Junior now almost into the quarter panel of Carson Lofton off the second corner.
They had a big slide. There was a big slide out of Dylan Fetcho as well, as Earnhardt trying to apply some pressure to the youngster. Again, a little bit of a mentor relationship here between these two, between Carson Lofton and Earnhardt Jr. Again, it was kind of the one-off race. We traveled to at Cordele last year that Lofton missed a shift in front of Earnhardt, and Dale wanted to coach him through that and give him the best advice that he could. And right now, playing a good defender on the Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet.
Dale got pretty close to lifting the back tires up at the center of the backstretch 1 lap ago. Think maybe patience is starting to run out a little bit here as they come really close together off the second turn again.
And there's about, what, a straightaway and a half in front of them. So once he clears Lofton, there's not a car in sight after that. As you can see, trying to find a way. He tried the bottom the last couple of laps. Now he's going to try to build up that run off at 2, and you can see as he does, he tries to cut back down the hill, gets in those bumps, upsets the handling of the car, and has to kind of reset and try again.
But Carson Lofton is hanging on to the 13th spot, and Mason Diaz is starting to arrive on the scene as we are inside the final 25 laps here. Now, Connor Jones did get up and around Dylan Fetcho for 3rd, so put Jones on the podium. Here's Dale with a run to 3.
And you can see him throttle up. He wanted to make sure he got clear off of turn 4. And again, the crowd roaring its approval. Fans are going crazy as he makes that pass.
We mentioned Fetcho losing that spot to Jones, but he hasn't fallen too far back. Landon Lewis has joined the party in the 29. He's in 5th. And Trayton Lapsevich also in 6th spot. Kind of knotted together with these 4 cars that are still behind Parker Eatman, the leader, and Caden Quapple.
And just some of the lap traffic with the fact that Fetcho and Jones were battling as hard as they were. As you can see, that's Ronnie Bassett Jr. That's giving up a lap to the race leaders. Landon Lewis is catching this battle as well. Connor Jones, or excuse me, Trey Lapsevich also, and even Carson Brown. And you know, Brown in that 5 car, that was one that a lot of folks were pointing to as the car to beat coming into this weekend. And obviously great long run pace in that number 5 car. They thought, a lot of folks thought it would have started further up front, but a really solid run here for Carson Brown. Again, trying to rebound after the blown motor they had at Wake County Speedway. He's had a lot of success here, running a super late model for a number of starts in ASA. So he was probably one of the more experienced drivers here at this racetrack coming into this weekend, was that 5 of Carson Brown.
And to give you an idea as to just how crazy Wake County was, that blown motor that he suffered late in the going still finished 13th in what was a full field of cars where we sent drivers home. Unbelievable.
It was that kind of night at Wake County. And pretty much the exact opposite of what we've seen here tonight. A lot of clean, respectful racing, some hard racing. We see some fenders kicked in, and Some quarter panels crinkled in. Not on this car. He has had it smooth sailing out front so far tonight. Has 18 laps to try and hold off Caden Quapple, who, again, through the lap traffic, has been able to gain a little ground. You can see he was about 0.2 better lap time. About 0.5 tenth or so better was Caden Quapple that last time. But this is the one thing that Parker Eatman does not want to see in front of him. 2 wide lap cars battling, and we saw how pesky that Jake Bowman can be to get around early in this race. And he's going to approach him here in 1 and 2. That's where Quapple's going to be able to make up this ground right here.
And this is the battle for 21st position on the racetrack. But as you said, Bowman has shown that he will race as hard as he has to try to stay on the lead lap. Coming up on 15 laps to go. Eatman has caught Bowman. Quapple reeling in Eatman. And Craig is still trying to stay on the lead lap as well in a 10 car.
You can see that breaks Eatman's momentum down the front straightaway, and Quapple's going to be able to build up that momentum if Bowman lets him on by. Eatman expecting Bowman to lift there, kind of runs him up the racetrack, but again, you see how much ground that Quapple was able to make up.
Quapple aggressively tried to cement the spot on Bowman because Connor Jones is closing up on the top 2.
Again, they know how important protecting that top is. We saw Quapple do it. His Junior Motorsports teammate and Dale Earnhardt Jr. did it earlier. That passing this traffic, especially off of 4, you can throttle up and just get clear, get to the outside. They know in 1 and 2 they have the preferred line to defend and move forward.
The bad news for Parker Eatman is there is a pack of traffic in front of him, all battling for top 20 spots, with Quapple and Jones tightening up their fight for second off turn 2.
And you can just see how Jones, just mere presence right there, upsets the handling of that 88 car off of turn 2. Not what Quapple wants. You can see him having to fight the steering wheel in that race car, trying to hang on. But man, has Connor Jones just continued to impress, and I think this is a good snapshot of what you're going to see throughout 2026 with these two right here. I think you got to call them the championship favorites with the speed that they've shown at all these different types of racetracks we've gone to. Southern National, super abrasive, Wake County, a bull ring, and Nashville Fairgrounds, a total unknown. These two cars have stuck out as the most consistent so far. So I think you got to throw Connor Jones in that conversation as a real championship favorite.
And he is applying heavy pressure to the points leader, with now Eatman on the back bumper of Matt Craig just in front. 10 laps to go at Nashville. Parker Eatman looking for his first career Cars Tour late model stock win. Connor Jones looking for his second in a row. Caden Quapple looking for his second of the season as well.
I think Quapple knew he built that run off of 2, and you could see him kind of give way there to Jones. I think Quapple knows his best chance to maybe win this race is to let Connor Jones go, try to catch Parker Eatman, and see if they can't make something out of it. And Jones not going to be able to clear that 10 car off of 2. It's going to hurt him a little bit, but Donovan Strauss right now on the outside, holding up Parker Eatman. They were teammates last year.
Oh, trouble. Landon Huffman is spun off turn 4. Huffman was running on the lead lap in the top 20.
And this changes everything.
A solo spin for Landon Huffman, who is in the top 15 at the time. No major damage to the Carroll Speed Shop, Texas Roadhouse number 57. But Huffman is able to survive the loop off the 4th corner, and that will shake up how this race ends.
And again, it's a second race in a row. Tough luck late for Landon Huffman. Remember, he was leading at Wake County late. In fact, those were the first laps he had led in the Cars Tour since Coastal Plains in 2024, when he, in his own words, got the halfway money that night. And you could see, yep, a little bit of help off of turn 4, right in front of the leaders, who did a great job checking up. Eatman and Strauss had to check up for him. Did a great job making sure nobody caved in the nose there, but just tough for Landon Huffman.
He was behind Mason Diaz, but just in front of Landon S. Huffman. 10-lap shootout coming up from the Nashville Fairgrounds. A quick break, and we'll come back for the restart.
A late caution and spin off of turn number 4 involving the 57 car of Landon Huffman has set up what will be a mad dash to try and take home a guitar tonight in the Music City. Blake McCandless, Eric Brennan, James Pike down trackside with you here on FloRacing. Again, don't forget to tune back in 2 weeks' time. We're at Caraway for the late model stocks and pro late models, and we'll kind of re-rack things here with our Floatium program, see some eligible drivers try to lock their way in to competing for 10 grand later on in the season. As it looked like we were choosing there for a moment, but I think with the fact that about 8 cars in a row have run over the cone, I think they waved it off and they'll try it once again.
You see the wonderful shots from our friends at SRI at KevinSaysYes.com, and this is a good time to remind all of our viewers and fans, if you've been wanting an ATV or side-by-side but are worried your credit might throw a caution flag, don't worry. Go see our guy, Crazy Kevin Powell. He specializes in getting people approved at KevinSaysYes.com. So Parker Eatman, who won the Thanksgiving All-Star Classic at Southern National Motorsports Park a couple of years ago, picking the top lane for the upcoming restart with the most recent winner on the tour, Connor Jones, lurking and electing to restart behind the 4 car while Caden Quapple wants his front row bottom shot.
And again, I don't know if Jones wanted to see that caution. Yes, it brings him in, but he had to make that difficult decision. Do you want the bottom? Do you want the top? And if Eatman doesn't get clear, that shuffles him back a couple of positions, brings Dylan Fetcho right into the fight. So a difficult position right there. And I think with what we saw there with Jones, I mean, he was running down. He was one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. But also, don't forget about Trayton Lapsevich, Landon Lewis. He got a great jump on that last restart. Is not over yet. And then what kind of racing are we going to see here? Again, we're getting down to the pay window here. We've seen a lot of give and take. Is some of that going to be a little bit different here the last few laps of this one?
And there is also going to be a new dynamic here to the sense of a lot of these cars are on the ragged edge. They may have used up most of the good that they had in them, whether it be the Hoosier tires, whether it be the configuration and setup and adjustments that were made at the halfway break. It is all about to get put to the ultimate test. A Saturday night 10-lap shootout at the Fairgrounds. Who could have asked for anything more?
I don't know, Eric. Caden Quapple will be brought into the restart zone, led by Parker Eatman into the iRacing restart zone. Back underway, 10 laps to settle it in the Music City. And a great launch on the bottom for Quapple, who's looking to clear in 1 and 2. He'll jump up and take the lead from Parker Eatman.
A perfect move on the bottom for Caden Quapple to go to the point. Eatman back to second, Fetcho to third. Jones holds fourth for now. Contact between Fetcho and Eatman for second spot.
And again, that's what we were talking about, the worst case scenario for Connor Jones, that Eatman did not get rolling there on the top, so he'll lose 1. He might lose 2 positions out of this call to take the outside line. Carson Brown just behind the 77, trying to take the spot. They single file out. But does anybody have anything left for Caden Quapple, looking for his 2nd win of the season?
Caden sent that car down into turn 1 to clear Eatman and slide up as Lapsevich and Brown are bouncing off each other for a spot outside the top 5.
Lapsevich able to clear, so he'll pull away there from Carson Brown. Earnhardt Jr. also able to make up a couple of positions. He'll pass the 16 of Sam Butler, looking to try and get into the top 10 before this one is all said and done. 7 to go, and Quapple right now about a 10th and a half better than Parker Eatman.
Eatman now having to focus on Fetcho, who continues to stalk the back bumper of the 4 car, who led the most laps today. In fact, got the best of the car that is stalking him right now for 2nd spot on the initial start of this race as Quapple starts to walk away from the field.
And I think that's all that Quapple needed, a little bit of clean air. And honestly, in 1 and 2, that 88 car running higher than any other that I see right now, and he is able to make some time with it down in the 20.6s. I mean, he's 3-4 tenths clear of most of the drivers in this field right now, coming to 5 to go this time.
Fetcho had a big moment there just behind Eatman in 1 and 2. Caught the car, but lost ground to Eatman, who was running out of chances to try to experiment to see if he could reel Quapple back in, or will one get away from him here in Music City?
At time, give another 10th input in the bank for Caden Quapple to try to expand his lead, and has pretty much been doing this all season long. Again, it hasn't been dominant efforts leading every lap, all of those things that we've seen so far this season out of Caden Quapple, but it has been preserving his race car, being at the right place at the right time, where he's been able to pounce. Again, had that late spin at Wake County Speedway, but even led at that racetrack despite starting in the back. He needed a provisional at Southern National Motorsports Park to make the initial start, where he went on to win the race. So he has just been continuing to learn in a very fast race car how to manage these races, and been doing such a great job in executing in high pressure moments.
And the other thing to consider for Caden Quapple, you mentioned the success in qualifying. No extra weight on that car after they pocketed $10,000 winning the Floatium last time out at Wake County.
White flag out at the Music City for Caden Quapple to try and close the deal here in the Music City. It has been since 2004 that late model stocks have run here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. It was Steve Wallace who won that race. Now Caden Quapple can add his name to the list of winners here. Caden Quapple wins in the Music City. And a good drift across the line just for good measure for the Jerky Boys Chevrolet, as Caden Quapple, already now a 3-time winner in the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear in these late model stocks, as Parker Eatman, a dominant night, is unfortunately going to end in a second place run for him.
You know, Blake, I know that you've talked about some of the flashback feelings of being here at this racetrack, being very similar to the racetrack revival at North Wilkesboro. On that night, with Dale Jr. in the field, the Junior Motorsports car went to victory lane with Carson Quapple. Tonight, on this very special late model stock cars tour debut at the Nashville Fairgrounds, it's a Junior Motorsports Chevrolet going to victory lane with younger brother Caden at the helm. And we saw just how badly he wanted it on that last restart. He knew that was his shot. He took it and ran away with it.
And again, an effort here for Caden Quapple, picking up right where his brother left off, not in just terms of results, but in how this program is put together throughout the week. It is he and his father, Travis, that are doing a majority of the lead work on this program, and have built it into what it is now, and continuing that success that we saw Carson have on his route to multiple championships in this car. Parker Eatman, again, it's a good thing in racing, I think, when you're disappointed with second, and I think that says a lot about the driver that he's going to be in 2026. Dylan Fetcho, a 3-time champion here at Nashville Fairgrounds, brings it home third. Connor Jones and Landon Lewis round out the top 5.
How about the driver from Dale Earnhardt Jr.? Started this race all the way back in 21st spot, and he had a really good car towards the end, raced up to 12th there before all was said and done. Carson Lofton, also another top 15. And Landon Huffman rebounding from the spin to come back up to 17th spot.
I was about to say, he still got by about 3 or 4 cars that were scored on the lead lap when he spun. And then a number of cars that went behind the race leader over the course of the evening. Jake Boldman in 21st, Jared Fryer in 24th. A big name there. And then Cade Brown, just so unfortunate what happened to him. It was a flat right front tire that we heard down trackside from James Pike on the Cade Brown machine, as Caden Quapple is ready to climb out and cook out victory lane. James Pike is there.
Caden Quapple is not necessarily the most outgoing and energetic of drivers, but he gave a scream on the radio when he crossed the start-finish line. And this one, you'd think should mean a little bit more to him or anybody the most. It's the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. It's one of the oldest operating ovals in all of the United States, and in a place that has so much history. Caden Quapple has written another chapter this evening as the first late model stock car winner here in ZMAX Cars Tour, presented by Sound Gear Competition, getting the Hoosier neckband on, rather, and the SRI hat. And in a moment, Caden Quapple is going to climb out of this car and celebrate as a winner winner of the Tootsie's Music City Showdown, Caden Quapple, gets the job done in Nashville and comes away with his second win of the season in course short competition. His dad, Travis, coming over to give him a hug, and a few people coming in trying to give him congratulations. Let him know, Caden, I want to start at 40 laps to go. You got word on the radio from your crew. They told you save your tires, and this car, at least on the outside, faded a little bit from the lead. But was that sort of part of the game plan all along? Were you trying to save just in case something like this happened?
No, honestly, we were really good at the end of the first half or so, and I just don't think we made a big enough adjustment. And I was kind of trying to keep up with him and pace him, and then I started getting really loose and running out of tire. But the yellow allowed us to cool it down, and just had a really good grip on that restart to be able to get out in front and have clean air, because when you were in traffic, there was nothing you could really do. Dirty air was really bad.
How did you pull that off? Take us through that move. What did you do on that restart to get to the front?
Well, I think we both just spun our tires pretty bad because I was spinning them, but I kind of was pulling back even with him going into turn one, and I knew my only chance if I wanted to win was to drive it in deep and try to slide up in front of him, and that's kind of what you had to do. That's how I made most of my passes tonight. It's just top was so dominant, and you couldn't really ever get a good enough run to just run inside someone and clear them, even when we're that even. So that's kind of the only move that I guess was logical in my mind.
This place was packed tonight. No doubt you saw it driving around here. To get a win in Nashville, to get a win here, how special is it, and what sort of significance does it carry to you?
It's so cool, and I've been talking about wanting to get a guitar. My brother got one, my dad got one, and that's really cool that I finally got one. And I told him on the way here, if I win, I'm going to be playing that thing all the way home. So no one's going to get any sleep, but it's so cool. This place is so historic. And yeah, for my first time here, I'm so glad we were able to get the win. And this place is challenging, it's tricky, but having laid my stocks back here was super cool. And my team, my dad, everyone at Junior Motorsports just gave me such a good car. This Jerky Boy Chevy was so awesome, and all the guys at Jerky Boys are here. So to have them here and put them in victory lane, it's really cool. And I can't thank Corey Parts-Net, LK Mechanical enough for being on the car this year, Roto Rooter, David West, I always forget him, I feel like, and he was here working hard this weekend, and I can't thank him enough. Brandon Ernst was here, giving us a bunch of help that he could, and honestly, throughout practice, I didn't think we had a winning car. We had good speed, and just overall was way too loose, and we made so many changes on this thing and never thought we really made any big gains, but qualified up front, which was really important tonight, and was kind of managing my tires most of the race.
His dad has a guitar, his brother has a guitar, and now he's got a guitar. He might have a few riffs and licks to go learn a little bit, but he'll let that be later. He brings home the guitar, takes the trophy, and wins the Tootsie's Music City Showdown. Caden Quapple victorious in the late model stock cars.
And again, I think the big theme of this was getting it done at the right time, executing that move into 1 and 2 that he had to do to get the win. And those are the type of moments that are separating him right now and allowing him to put a second win sticker on the car.
Yeah, and it's also going to extend his championship points lead, which was not all that much coming into this race. Only about 10 markers over the second place car coming into Nashville, but we're already 3 races into this 14-race season. So Caden and the Junior Motorsports team, as you see Dale coming in to offer up congratulations after a solid effort from both of those competitors on the night. But another win sticker, extending the points lead, the 10 grand from Wake County and the Floatium last time. It's been a great start to the season for Caden Quapple and company. So while they continue their celebrations down there trackside, we start to decompress and wind down what was a pretty amazing race. And I do want to say, coming off of Wake County, hats off to all competitors involved. We had 2 single car spins on the night with no major contact. Everybody minded their manners, respected the facility and the fans who came out to watch this race. I couldn't think that tonight could have gone any better, and I hope it has set a perfect tone for the remainder of the calendar year as well.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you hope, is that, yes, this was a track where, you know, you're not going to see the rubbing is racing type of things that we've come accustomed to at some of these smaller tracks, because it's just not possible. You wreck too hard and you're going too fast here. You hope that this sets the tone and will continue on as we go to Caraway, Ace, a couple of these other racetracks. And we'll be right back for more post-race coverage here for the Tootsie's Music City Showdown here from Nashville, Tennessee. We'll be right back.
Every weekend, it seems like we're at a racetrack somewhere, so we're living it, we're doing it. I think that helps us relate whenever they call. If they need more grip or they need more turn, we do it all the time.
We can relate to what they're saying. We're not just there to sell them this or that.
We're representing not just us, we're representing our vendors, our customers, our employees, so it's important to let them know that you care.
We want to provide the best things so they can have the best experience at the racetrack. That's what we want with our race car, too.
Unveiled at PRI, 5-Star introduced an all-new sprint car body engineered using advanced CFD aero analysis, validated through on-track testing using real-time airflow data.
There's no reason why anybody will want to run anything else than this 5-star sprint car body.
Designed to fit Maxim, XXX, Schnee Lawson, JR1, J&J, DRC, Spike, and more. 5-Star's all-new sprint car body. The new standard in sprint car technology.
Future champions and racing icons, the Cars Tour puts them all on the same track, and it puts you right in the middle of it. Affordable, family-friendly, and packed with edge-of-your-seat moments. This is short track racing the way it's meant to be. The Cars Tour, where the next generation becomes the next legend. On April 25th, the Cars Tour will be at Caraway Speedway in Sophia, North Carolina. To purchase tickets, scan the QR code on the screen or visit carsracingtour.com.
Welcome back. You can see Dale Earnhardt Jr., Caden Quapple enjoying a treat in Cookout Victory Lane, but James Pike is standing by with some of our other competitors.
Parker Eatman leads the most laps, finishes runner-up. Parker, what did you need on that final restart to seal this thing off?
Just get a better restart. I don't know if I spun the tires a little bit, but I got a bad restart, and he timed it perfectly, and he took the lead from me straight up, so just got to get better for the next one. But we had a bad fast car tonight. I can't thank everybody enough at Matt Piercy Racing and Vet Adventures and Sport Fisher Energy. Just everybody who helps me get here. You know, this stuff's tough, and this one means a lot, but just makes me more motivated for the next one.
Career best P2 for Parker Eatman.
I think Parker has a lot that he could be proud of tonight. That was an unbelievable performance by him and that team, and he pretty much took command of the race right off the jump. Here's a quick look at our highlights for the late model stock feature, and that's Parker Eaton on the outside of the 4 car getting around Dylan Feccio for the race lead, and those two would be pretty much locked together for most of the night.
Yeah, Dylan Feccio had a fantastic run, had been challenging Parker Eatman throughout the night. Trayton Lapsevich had been running up there, but again, it was a pretty cool and calm race up through the halfway break. And then Caden Quapple, Connor Jones ended up being the 2 cars that could really try and drive through this field, as you see Connor Jones getting up into second at one point.
The one caution for cause was Landon Huffman spinning off turn 4 with 10 laps to go. And on the last restart of the race, here is Caden Quapple cementing himself at the front of the pack, getting up and in front of Parker Eatman, and he would never look back. A stylish visit across the start-finish line to celebrate a win at the Nashville Fairgrounds for Caden Quapple, his 2nd of 2026 and 4th of his career. So that sets the stage for the continuation of the Cars Tour season. Blake, as you mentioned, we're going to Caraway in a couple of weeks from now, and then the series is really going to start to hit into high gear as we start to get through some of the more end of spring, early summer months with some of the contests that we have there.
I was about to say, if you love Cars Tour racing, you're going to get plenty of it here at the end of April. We go to Caraway. Beginning of May, Ace Speedway. We saw a fantastic race there just about a year ago. How about Langley Speedway? I always love going up or traveling up north. I guess that's probably not the right way to say it, traveling up north to Hampton, Virginia. But for most of these teams, that's the case. And seeing the facility up there, great racetrack. But, man, what a memorable night, I think, for so many fans, competitors, drivers in attendance, whether it was the invocation, the anthem. We had it all tonight, and it was a special, special night here in Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville is an unbelievable city. The Nashville Fairgrounds is an unbelievable racetrack. Thanks to everyone who made it possible, and we hope we get a chance to come on back here soon.
Absolutely. And by the way, it's 9:30. I think a lot of those establishments downtown will be well and open right now for the fans and competitors leaving the racetrack. But on behalf of our entire FloRacing crew, I'm Blake McCandless. On behalf of Eric Brennan, James Pike, and everybody, thank you so much. We bid you farewell and congratulations to Dawson Sutton and Caden Quapple in the Music City.